The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome to the Week 16 Rapid Chess Championship Knockout presented by Coinbase. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Benjamin, we have a great set of players this week, some teenage sensations, some super grandmasters, and of course, as per usual, Hikaru Nakamura.
Exactly. Yeah, we started with a very exciting matchup between Ronix Wadwani and Christopher Yu, which is actually a replay of the Junior Speed Chess Championship that happened recently. But yeah, also Hikaru will play later. What matchup are you looking forward to the most?
Well, that's a tough question to answer because even in the first round, we have super grandmasters squaring off. We have probably Fabiano Caruana versus Vladimir Fedoseev as my favorite, just because I feel like he's the big fish, and yet somehow people still underestimate how good Fedoseev is.
Exactly. Yeah, but we also have Hikaru against Grishuk. Lots of exciting matchups to look forward to. And Robert, can you talk us through the format of today?
For sure. So for those who have not been tuning in and week out, the format of today's event is a single rapid game. So if that game is won by either player, the match is over with. And the time control, 10-minute plus a 2-second increment. That's the big difference between Saturday action in the Swiss and the Sunday is the increment. And if the games are drawn, the players switch colors, go to shorter time controls. And you mentioned the bracket, Benjamin. So as we look across the bracket, we start in the top left with Raunak and Christopher. What do you make of that 1-8 matchup?
Yeah, so I don't really know who's the favorite there. Probably Raunak. He's over 2,600 in classical. He also won the Swiss yesterday, so we do have to give him an edge there. He also plays with white in the first game. But Christopher Yu is someone who cannot be underestimated. He's made skyrocketing progress. He's got the gem title recently. So I would give Raunak the slight edge, but I don't really know. What do you think, Robert?
I guess, as you said, with the white pieces, you have to give the nod to Raunak, but Christopher Yu, he's probably motivated. He has that Grandmaster title at long last. And the other players in this field, as we zoom out for a second, they've been Grandmasters for a long time. I mean, maybe they're as old as the two players together, because the teenagers add up to like 31 or 32. So everybody else in the field is an absolute veteran by comparison.
Exactly. Yeah. So, for example, Hikaru and Grishuk, they might be grandmasters for almost 20 years at this point. Probably Hikaru's a slight favorite. He's playing with white, and of course, in the faster time controls, only when he plays Magnus, you might say that the other guy's the favorite. But I would say Hikaru's the favorite. But of course, Grishuk cannot be underestimated.
For sure. And we shouldn't overlook the 4-5 matchup between Dubov and Liam Lay either. Liam Lay, a former World Blitz champion, Daniil Dubov, a former World Rapid champion. So this is a rapid tournament. Blitz is what it often comes down to as the games heat up and get complicated. But that matchup with Dubov with the white pieces, probably have to give him the slight nod.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And yeah, last but not least, we have the matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Vladimir Fedoseev. Fedoseev also really a specialist in the faster time controls, but I would have to give Fabiano also the slight edge here because he's playing with the white pieces, and we know his preparation just so good.
Yeah, we can just sum it up. That's Fabiano Caruana. He's usually the favorite in matchups, and this one is no exception. So let's remind everybody of the overall leaderboard to see as we came into the Week 16 knockout. Hikaru Nakamura, surprise, surprise, he is in first place.
Yeah, he has quite a hefty lead after the 16th week of Swiss. But it's going to be very close who will make it into the top 12 and qualify to the finals at the end of the season. As we see, Vladimir Fedoseev and Alexander Grishuk are just outside of the bubble, but they will get some points from this week's Rep Chess Championship. So it's going to be very, very close who will make it to the finals.
Yeah, it's a long season, so people who may not even be the top 20 could leapfrog others. But as you're pointing out, Fedoseev, he's just below the cut line, and so is Alexander Grishuk. And Grishuk, that guy's a legend, right? In any single event, he could win it all, and you would not be surprised. So today may be that day where he strikes here in the Rapid Chess Championship, and he takes the lion's share of the prize.
Indeed, yeah. Let's not forget that Grishuk is a 3-time World Blitz chess champion. So yeah, once again, I think Hikaru is a slight favorite. He's the #1 in Blitz chess still, but Grishuk can really beat anyone in the faster time controls.
And, as we talk about how the players prepare and what they're looking for going to the games as we have the first game starting, Grishuk is not the type of player you can just make a quick draw with in the rapid to get to the blitz because he's an exceptional blitz player. But Benjamin, we have a French defense. I'm done talking about it. What do you want to say about this opening?
Yeah, so we have a French defense here. I think the main move is a3. Sometimes the players also go for moves like bishop d3, which involves a potential pawn sacrifice with a3 by Raunak. And here Black has a lot of options, such as the move c4, but this usually leads to a long strategic battle.
Right. And how it works in chess, we see 2 long pawn chains. If we're playing connect 4, both sides win, and you tend to attack where your pawn chain is aiming towards. So the pawn chain for white is aiming towards the king side. The pawn chain for black is heading towards the queen side. So that's where both sides are going to focus their attention.
Indeed. So we see Christopher Yu, he's probably going to go for long castles in this position. As you mentioned, if he goes short castles, then white is going to go all out with his attack on that side of the board. And generally, white develops his light square bishop by going g3, bishop g2, or bishop h3. The move h4 that you pointed out earlier is also very typical. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how Christopher is going to continue in this position.
And he seems to be the first one taking a bigger think. After queen c2, he's like, well, what do I do? Oftentimes people play knight b3, bishop a4, but the move queen c2 seems to have caught him a bit off guard, Benjamin. And I guess for white, the question is, how quickly do moves like f4, f5 pawn pushes go? And from black's perspective, after queen c7, is there going to be a b5, a5, b4?
Yeah, well, I wonder with the move queen c7, maybe Christopher can also consider the move f6 here. The queen is aiming a little bit more towards the center. And Raunak's move h4. Raunak is, by the way, still playing extremely fast, so he might still be in his preparation. So that might make Christopher a bit hesitant to go for f6.
And I'm going to ask you, because I don't know the answer myself. Do you believe Raunak is prepared, or is he kind of bluffing, just making standard moves quickly? Or do you really think he's looked at this line and 10 moves in, he's still well within his preparation?
It's a good question. I mean, I feel like he's playing so fast that he's still in his prep, but of course, we don't really know. We'll see the move h6 by Christopher. I think now g3 looks very typical for Raunak.
Yeah, and g3 developed the bishop, but I think most players would be frustrated in a position like this, and that's why the French is so troublesome, is where are the pawn breaks? You mentioned f6. So black can consider at some point, not yet, the g6 square was available for the queen to give a check to, but Raunak, I mean, he's just making very normal moves. We'll see a g4, probably knight h4, pawn f4, maybe pawn f5. So that's the kind of thing that white is aiming for. And for Christopher, who's spending more time, Benjamin, like, what is his plan? Like, his pieces for now, they look okay, but what's the actual plan?
That's a very good question. I'm not a real French expert, but I would think, yeah, I mean, it seems the f6 push seems very difficult to achieve. I mean, I would think that black, okay, I know. Black's plan is to go knight c8 to b6 and bishop a4. That is generally black's plan in this position. And that's probably also why he moved the queen from b6 to c7.
Okay, and I'm going to be difficult. And I'm sorry about that. I'm usually nicer than I am today. But even if you get your bishop to a4, then what? Okay, if you get it right now, you trap my queen. I see that. But what's the breakthrough? Where is black going to strike? That's what I struggle with when looking at this position.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Well, since bishop a4 would trap the queen, why would have to, move his piece a bit awkwardly? So he would probably have to move the knight to f1 or something after going bishop to e2. And then knight b3 would become annoying. So I'm curious to see how Raunak is going to deal with this. I wonder how, he's going to make use of the rook on h3. I expected him more to go something like g3, bishop h3. But I guess, yeah, bishop e2 seems very natural in this position.
I think, you answered the question in a great way. And bishop a4 is such a big threat that white can't just think, I'm going to push my g and later my f pawns. You need to deal with that threat. So you called it knight c8, knight's coming to b6, bishop to a4. And now Raunak, for the first time, is taking a real think, and he sees how powerful that is. And he doesn't want to just move his queen around a bunch of times, because then, as you're pointing out, this knight can even get into b3. And eventually, once this knight clears, black is going to try to break through on the queen side.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what Ronick is going to do here. He's going for his first real thing of the game. He's still up a minute on the clock, though. But let's see. So yeah, it doesn't seem like an easy problem to solve. You could go for bishop e2 and knight f1, but still bishop a4, followed by knight b3 should be kind of annoying. Going with the rook to a1 to be able to go queen b1 also doesn't look ideal.
No, yeah.
So I don't really know.
Yeah, it's actually more annoying than I initially thought, right? Knight b6, bishop a4 attacks the queen. And okay, Ronick senses how frustrating it's about to be. He plays b4. Black on this move could take en passant. And if the knight takes back, there are ideas with bishop to a4. So is he really going to get himself bottled up like this?
Yeah, I guess he's got to take with a knight here. And after bishop a4, he probably has to go knight fd2. But still, the question is, how do you untangle, right? It's nice that the rook on h3 is defending the pawn on c3, so you can move your queen out of the way, maybe to b2, let's say.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does seem a bit annoying.
And if we think about what's changed in the pawn structure, isolated pawn here, backwards pawn here. So the structure certainly favors black, and now there's some targets to exploit. Yet the eval bar says it's still about even. Things are going okay for Christopher, but I like how the game is trending for black for sure.
Yeah, and I agree with that. The only thing Christopher has to be a little bit careful of is the time. He's already behind by almost a minute and a half on the clock, and that definitely will play a factor later on. There's only a 2-second increment. Which is, less brutal than the Swiss, where there's no increment at all. But you cannot fall too far behind, especially against a guy like Ronick. And actually, as we were talking, I have an interesting idea. If black goes bishop a4, is knight a5 an option here?
You giving up your queen?
No, wait, yeah. Well, I was thinking bishop c2, rook b7. There's queen c3 check. My idea was that if you take an a5, bishop b5, but it probably doesn't work.
Yeah, you were
There's
trying
queen
to
c3. Never mind.
Yeah, you're trying to sack the queen to go for this, and it doesn't work here, and we can see that on the eval bar. But it's a good idea because if somebody's not paying enough attention, like a queen d8, and you get bishop b5, because the king is still in the center, it could be a knockout.
Exactly. Yeah. So knight b6 has been played by Christopher, a very sensible move. And I think now Ronick probably has to unpin his queen, or maybe just develop with the move like bishop d3.
Yeah, there's the queen moves that you were mentioning earlier, just getting out of this pin. C3, very importantly, is defended. You made that comment as well. I just feel like I really like how this game is starting to go for Christopher. I don't say that very often, stemming from a French defense. And I see the eval bar still favoring white slightly, or now it goes to zeros because of course, but I just don't like the pawn structure over here on the queen side for white.
Yeah, so we see Ronick going queen to b2. Now the knight on a5 is under attack, so Christopher has to deal with it one way or another. I think the two moves that come to mind are knight takes b3 or perhaps knight to c4. After knight c4, white probably is going to take twice, and then if you take with the queen, a move like knight to d2 might be annoying, hitting the queen and the pawn on b7. Right. So maybe you can take with the d pawn because you have a lot of control over the light squares.
Yeah. So there's something, if you take with the knight here, and after bishop c4, pawn takes c4, that's okay. But if you take with the queen, you're walking into problems on this b7 pawn. You see the evaluation go very high because once the knight moves either to d2 or a5, b7 is lost. So that might happen after knight b to c4. But as you pointed out, maybe you just take with the pawn here after the captures happen.
Indeed. And actually, if Ronick captures on c4, there's also another option of knight takes b3, which could make a lot of sense to hit the bishop on c1, and then the knight on c4 is also under attack.
Nice. Yeah, this is getting tactical all of a sudden, and it's because of the misplacement of white's pieces. Now, after knight b to c4, the eval bar did start to swing a little bit in white's favor, only half a pawn, so nothing major in the players. They don't know that. So Ronick's just trying to figure out, am I about to fall into this? And if that's the case, maybe I start with bishop takes c4, because if you take with the pawn, then I take your knight, distracting your queen away from this b7 pawn. So bishop takes c4 will force us back into the variation, and that's what's played with knight takes c4. And after knight takes c4, we'll see the pawn capture back.
Indeed, yeah. So we see bishop takes c4 here by Ronick. I guess knight takes c4 is the only move in the position. It's just been played by Christopher, knight takes c4. And now d takes c4 is the only move for black. As you pointed out, if you take with the queen, then knight a5 or knight d2 looks more or less decisive. So yeah, we see pawn takes on the board.
And what was interesting to me there was Christopher spent a little bit of time before taking back with the pawn on c4. So it seems like he's not fully comfortable with what's happening. And I can't blame him, because as we look at what's happened last few moves, white hasn't developed, but you are a few moves away from just bringing your knight into e4. I really like this pawn e5. It's a thorn in black's side. And with the pressure down the b file, you already have to make a pretty committal decision. Do you play b6? Or do you play b5, which defends c4 forever, but locks your bishop out of the game? And you don't really want your bishop to stay on a4.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. A move like bishop c6 could perhaps also be considered, because after knight takes c4, there is bishop takes g2. So perhaps Raonic would have to spend a move first on rook to g3, which would also prevent black from developing his dark square bishop. But I think probably the move and we have bishop c6 on the board.
Yeah, no, I think you were spot on here. This bishop could also go to d5 at some point, and then everything feels safe and sound, and rook g3 is played, so bishop is stuck. And if you do play b5, a5, b4 at some point, you'd rather have your bishop more towards the center, doing more than just sitting on the a4 square.
Exactly. So yeah, b5 could be a move here for Christopher. The only thing you have to reckon with is that it would give white the option of going a4, and if you defend your pawn with a6, white could play, let's say, queen a2 and bishop a3 to try to trade off the dark square bishops, and then he gets more pressure towards the pawn on g7 and on the dark squares.
That's actually a really, really important line that Benjamin just pointed out, because if you trade off this bishop g7 the target, but also if this knight gets free, then the d6 square can't be saved from black's perspective. So yeah, b5 is a very big decision right now. Christopher, he continues just to spend a bunch of time, and you can't blame him. It's a complex position, but I'm starting to get worried about his clock.
Yeah, me too. And I wonder how, okay, so I guess if queen b5 will be played, there is just queen d7, which pretty much defends everything, because if knight c4, there's queen b5. But perhaps Raonic could consider going for that idea that we showed earlier with a4, and then trying to trade off those dark square bishops.
And he plays queen b5, and queen d7 will likely see. So I wonder why Raonic decided to go for the queen trade after all. I liked your a4, queen a2, bishop a3 sequence. It looked interesting, but the problem is, and I say this often, a pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates it, a bishop dominates it even more, right? This knight on d2 against this beautiful bishop on d5, this bishop is clearly winning that battle. And so, you know, if we trade dark square bishop, I still wonder about this knight. Or I guess we can see what Raonic is lining up here.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm a little bit surprised that he traded the queens voluntarily, but with f3 and knight e4, he makes his intentions very clear. But I guess black could go for, let's say, rook to g8, knight e4, and then bishop e7. I think it's probably not a good idea for black to trade off the bishop for the knight as soon as it lands on e4, because then white could use that half-open f line later on to attack the pawn on f7, and the b7 pawn would be under attack. So I like rook g8 here, because if you wait, like, let's say you play a move like b6, right? Then after... Well, now after knight e4, you can no longer play rook to g8 because of bishop takes h6.
Wow. Yeah, there's a pin going on right down the g file. So that means that this bishop is not getting out of f8, at least not yet. You could play rook h7. I know it's a really ugly move to play, but it is, I guess, technically possible.
Exactly, yeah. So we see a4 by Raonic makes a lot of sense. I guess after knight e4, he was a little bit worried that black would go b5 and start gaining space on the queen side. So now let's see whether Christopher, you will go for that idea with rook to g8. He goes b6, because probably he was worried that if he would go a6, white might have the move a5. And we see knight at f1 by Raonic. Very interesting maneuver. So where do you think he's headed with the knight?
I guess to e3, and does he really want to take on d5? That's the big question. If you do end up taking this bishop on d5, c4 later in the game may be a target, and you can give a check to the king and try to walk your king up. But I don't know, it doesn't give me the feeling that white is really achieving all that much by getting the knight to capture the bishop.
Exactly, and it's also important to point out that after knight f1, black could not move the rook once again due to the tactic of bishop takes h6. So he went a6, and now rook a1 by Raonic, a very interesting move, because it stops black from going b5, because then if white takes, you would have to capture with the king, which is not what you want to do. And now it's actually very difficult to make a move for Christopher. I mean, rook h7 is not a move you want to make, right?
Yeah, the point of rook h7 is to play bishop e7, not a 1-2 punch that has much bite to it. So yeah, rook h7, really not a pleasant move to make. Rook g8, as you were saying before, just blunders a pawn on h6. And if that's the case, then it's not an easy position to play. Maybe the f6, he's rook h7. But I was gonna say maybe f6 was an idea that he could have looked for.
Exactly. So we have rook h7 on the board. I guess maybe bishop a3 now for Rana, because if you would go knight e3 first, black would go bishop e7, and then after bishop a3, you run into bishop h4. And I would think that it's probably a good idea for white to trade off those bishops. It actually pins the rook on h7 to the defense of the g7 pawn. And yeah, once again, you just don't want to keep that dark square bishop for black on the board.
Yeah, it's a miserable endgame now for black because this bishop on d5 can never attack anything. This knight can just venture wherever it wants. You can go to e3, c2, b. It's just going to figure out where it wants to go. And the bishop has nothing it can do of its own. So this is a very pleasant endgame. Rook g8, maybe we'll see g6 just to have the rook do something over here. But this is, Benjamin, this is not good.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty tough endgame for Christopher. He just played the move g6, but I mean, in case white just goes, let's say king to f2 or king d2, and then later on brings that a3 rook back to the king side, I feel like black is just making weaknesses for himself.
Right, this f6 square in particular, that's a good one. Now, the one thing that black potentially has in the long term is b5 takes, king takes, and having an outside pass pawn. So if you're really not looking out for and put everything over on the king side, that could be a problem. But he goes rook h3. This knight is now perfectly placed protecting g2. Also now it can go to g4 and f6, and these rooks are not in a good place.
Indeed, and yeah, it's also important to point out that Christopher's getting down to 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, while Ronick still has a comfortable 4.5 minutes. I guess rook h3, he wants to double up on the h file later on. We see g5 by Christopher. But that, like now knight g4 becomes a real problem because black will constantly have to defend the pawn on h6.
Right. You can't even play rook h to g7 because you drop that h6 pawn as you're pointing out. So you, after knight g4, you may just have to move your g8 rook. And these rooks are not doing much. They're very passive. And later in the game, white can try to play the move f4. Bring your rook from a3 to a1, maybe to f1. At some point, you can just break open the king side even more and start targeting some of these pawns.
Indeed. So we see Rana going rook to h1. Perhaps he's looking at rook to b1 and rook b4, hitting that pawn on c4. Black still has to move a5 in that case to kick the rook, but then the pawn on b6 will be permanently weak.
And he's going for your plan. So you're calling it, and he's doing it. And a5 is not really a move you want to play. And if you play b5, then we might see captures and rook to a1 over here. Remember, h6 is a long-term weakness. So even here, knight g4 will likely force this rook all the way back to h8. And that's a passive setup that you are not happy about.
Indeed. Yeah. So knight at g4, forcing rook to g8. Let's see how Ronick will continue here. I mean, maybe a rook b4. Black, I guess, does not have to move b5 because we just captured twice and then take on h6. And, if black would go after the queenside pawns, white's h pawn should just be much faster. So let's see. But it's not that easy because if you go rook to b4 and then knight e3, black will eventually go b5. So we see him going rook a2, and he's, I guess, preparing to move rook to b2 to hit that pawn on b6.
Right. And if rook to b2, there's rook to b7 now. And if a5, there's b5. So that allows black to close this side of the board. And it's not that easy to make progress, Benjamin. We love white's position, but where to next? What can we do to crash through?
Indeed, yeah. But it's also just really difficult for black to make moves. So we see Christopher going king to c7. Maybe he's looking at bishop c6, as you pointed out. But maybe just shuffling the king back to d2, freeing up that e3 square once again for the knight. Followed up by rook to b4, and just slowly but surely try to attack the black pawns. I
see a trick though. If and when black plays bishop c6 and you play rook b4, black can play a5 like right now. So I'm going to show this really quickly. Okay. Bishop c6, rook for a5, and if you take, I thought, I don't have anywhere to move my king because you have knight f6. I was like, if I could safely go king d8, don't take my bishop, just don't do it. And then I'm going to play bishop d5. Your rook is trapped, but unfortunately, I have to stay attached to the bishop. And if you go to d7, there's check. So my idea was clever, but doesn't actually work here.
Exactly. So we see Rana going rook to f1. He's preparing the f4 push b5 by Christopher. We see a trade, and perhaps now maybe he'll just move the rook back. Yeah, that's what he does to a1. And Christopher down to 30 seconds. It's looking very, very tough here.
And he is defending well, though, right? Even though he's down on the clock, has a static weakness on h6, and there's no way for white to attack that pawn again. And he's covering the queen side well enough. And if he moves his rook away, then b4 would have happened, and that would have given black something to aim for.
Indeed. So we see king to d2 by Ronick. Now, what should black do? Maybe bishop d5 or king b6. 93 would set up a little trap when knight takes c4, but you can move your king out of the way. It looks very tough here on 20 seconds.
Yeah, and he might actually think about doing this. Like if he could get his king to b4, the game's just like done, right? He
or what about
gets,
rook a8 here to try to trade off that rook on h8 so you get the h6 pawn?
I liked rook e8. It looked like a good try. Instead, he goes here, and now the queen side's closed. The king's coming to b6.
Yeah, I don't really like what Raonic did here. I mean, with the king coming to b6, it's looking tough to break through. And I mean, maybe he's going for that rook f1 and f4 plan again, but it doesn't look easy to execute because you will hang the g2 pawn in many cases.
Right. And he would like a king a3, king b4, but as soon as the king goes to a3, this rook comes to 8, force the king right back to b2. So Christopher is down to 17 seconds, but he's just going to do this. King b7, king b6.
Indeed, yeah. So maybe now rook f1 for Raonic. With the king on b2, the black rook can never enter through the a file. And perhaps he can prepare to move f4 by going g3 first.
Right, just start pushing those pawns over here and trying to get after this f7 pawn. I like the look of that, although in some of those instances, if you take on g4, f4, even if rook where there's rook g8 and this pawn on g3 that is there will be a target. So not that easy. We have some plans for white, but every plan has some kind of drawback, and he's going for rook f1, king to b6. He'll probably go for g3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see g3, because yeah, if f4 you hang the pawn on g2, that's not what you want to do. Or yeah, I mean, rook f2 doesn't really prepare it either. So let's see what he's going to go for. I would think that, you know, he just needs to move quickly here and keep the pressure on Christopher, because it's very difficult to move with only 17 seconds.
Okay, so this rook could slide somewhere if it wants it. b4, wow.
b4. Wait, what if white takes? What is the idea? Oh, I guess he wants king b5, king c3, rook a8, and black has real counterplay there.
Oh my gosh, and black actually could be better soon, right? If takes king b5, Benjamin's point is that king c3 protects, but rook a8, rook a3 will kick that king away, and maybe the rook can go to a2 as well and start attacking white's pawns. Oh my goodness, he took his eyes off h6 for one turn, and Christopher, with 15 seconds left, figures it's time to strike.
Yeah, great find by Christopher. And it's not easy now for Raonic. How should he continue? Maybe he could go for pawn takes b4, king b5, and rook a1, and if black takes, there's rook a7. But then, you know, c3 comes, and yeah, black could also bring the rook to d8 to create counterplay.
And he goes rook a1. You could think about b3, and yes, this pawn on c4 may be a target, but the bishop can always go to d5, the king to b5. But as you were saying, the king needs to stay attached to the a7 square.
Right, but it does seem tricky. You can defend the pawn with rook to c4, but once again, the knight could jump back any moment to the g4 square. And actually, after rook a4, what does black play here? Like, what is your move?
King b5, there's rook a7. You had already said that. So king, okay, his restraint is amazing.
Oh, is there king b6, rook c5, trade knight g4? Does that work out for white?
Oh my gosh, that was a good. There's rook a8 perhaps, and then black would have brought the rook in.
Oh, right, yeah.
Although you would have got c4. I don't know about that. That was it's an interesting try just to trade off the rooks and go for that pawn.
Indeed, I would think there should be a way for black to get back in time, but I don't know. I mean, if the h6 pawn falls, the white h pawn is going to run really fast off the board.
But that's a very instructive continuation that you were pointing out. So I actually really like the thought of it. Rook a5, king b6, rook c5, giving up a pawn voluntarily once the king takes in c5 just to go and win this pawn here. The outside pass pawn is very dangerous. So I like that idea, and Raonic, you know, is considering it.
Indeed. So let's see. Yeah, maybe Christopher was planning rook to a8, but white could take on c4 and then take on b3 afterwards. So it goes rook b4, forcing the king to go to the a file. Right, king a3. It looks very tricky. Only 4 seconds for Christopher.
He got them about 5.1, and he's making all these great king retreats. Like he's been doing this throughout the last 20 moves. Just bring his king back, not going forward. King a4.
So what about rook b or rook b5 here? Rook b5, king a6, rook c5 now.
Oh, nicely done.
Knight c4. Because rook b8. King, oh yeah, now you just lose the c4 pawn.
Yes.
And your entire position collapses. Is this just over? Rook g8, but that looks like desperation.
Yeah, because after knight c4, if you go g4, that's his idea to go through and get to the king side over here. You have moves like rook a5 and knight d6 check, things like that. So.
Oh yeah, but it's not over. I mean, g4 of rook a5, knight d6. There's king b6, and how exactly do you deal? Maybe just pawn takes g4 and knight e3. That looks pretty clean.
Yeah, that actually does look. Does it?
And he goes for it. Yeah.
Knight e3. What a move! Hitting the rook, protecting the pawn in, hitting everything at once.
Indeed, I guess just knight e3, and now just take him. Yeah, rook c7. Yeah, great technique by Raonic, just trading off into a winning rook and pawning game, because all of black's pawns are weak. Rook f6, just you get a connect 3, king b3.
Yes, and he didn't take on b3 right away because it wasn't going anywhere. So fantastic technique from Raunak. He is now up 3 pawns over here connected against just one measly passer. So he should just be able to run his pawns up the board.
Indeed, a rook d5, very clean conversion here. He's just picking up the h pawn, and with 2 connected passers, this is going to be an easy win for Raunak, and he's going to move on to the semis.
Wow. I mean, he just had a nice edge, and sure, Christopher defended well, but when you've under 15 seconds left, at some point, you're likely to go wrong. So really nice game here by Raunak.
Yeah, he played really well from start to finish. He just kept the pressure on Christopher, and especially with the clock kicking in, it just became too much at the end.
Yes, and Christopher, he can put up a little bit more resistance, but maybe he won't even try. He understands this is just a losing position. This pawn is coming up. If the rook moves, then there was a check off the 6th rank. Rank by rank.
Yep, he's just pushing slowly but surely off the board. d6. Here comes c6 probably, and yeah, there's just no checks. I mean, with 2 connected passes, there's just no hope. King b6
b7.
or just check. Or is there still stalemate trick d7? Maybe you can. Your king moves away and then leaves the b6 square free again.
Right, you check and then check on b5.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Don't take that rook. Don't take that rook. Don't take it.
Oh gosh, good effort, right?
Yeah, a nice effort. But yeah, c7 is a big threat now, and if king b8, there's king b6. So yeah, there's just not much you can do here.
King b6.
Or c7 and checkmate on a5, and Raunak wins and moves on to the semis.
That was a nicely played game, and it all was revolving on your idea. So if we just go back quickly before we head to break in the next match, that rook c5, when that rook finally was able to wiggle its way to c5, offering the trade because of the static weakness on h6, that was a really nice find there by Raunak, and it helped him win the game.
Indeed, and maybe there was still a way for Christopher to fight on here. Perhaps a move like rook 8. I don't know really what the move was, but after rook b8, king b2, the position was just lost because c4 is dropping, and then your entire structure collapses.
Yeah, and it looks like the only move was king to b7, but we were just talking about how rook trade should be good for white. So how could you possibly play the move king b7? Just the look of this position seems hopeless as h6 drops, but yet I guess because this king is stuck with this pawn, and if this king runs over here, maybe progress actually isn't that easy. But from a distance, this looks completely winning. You can't fault Christopher for not wanting to trade rooks.
Indeed. So yeah, a great win by Raunak. As you said, I think we are going to be taking a quick break, but next up is the match between Daniel Dubov and Lequang Liem. Also an absolute banger, as you mentioned before. Lequang Liem, a former World Blitz champion, and Dubov, a former World Rapid champion.
Oh yeah, nobody's going to want to miss that 4-5 matchup. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be the next quarterfinal here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
This is week 16 of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have one result in the books. It is your champ 2005, Raunak Sadhwani, who makes his way through in the matchup of teenagers against Christopher Yu. Benjamin, we go to the bottom left side of our bracket here. It's Daniil Dubov, the 4 seed with the white pieces, taking on Liam Lay, the Vietnamese superstar with the black pieces. And we talked at the top of the show that Dubov should be the favorite. He gets the first move advantage. But what do you make of Liam Lay's style? Because I feel like this could be a bit of a stylistic clash against the very aggressive Dubov.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Liam Lay is generally a bit more solid. He likes to grind out his opponents, and Dubov just likes second pawns from the very beginning. I would say Dubov is probably, as you mentioned, the slight favorite, given the fact that he starts off with the white piece. But I would say if this first game ends in a draw, I would have to give the edge to Lequang. We know he's extremely strong in blitz. As we mentioned, he's a former World Blitz chess champion, and then he will get the white pieces. So I think it's going to really, come down to this first game.
Okay, yeah, I would have to second that. And we can see the players off screen, bring them on screen in a sec. They both look, getting ready, calm. And for Liam Lay, he's had some tremendous success in the Champions Chess Tour. The rapid time controls have been very friendly to him in the last couple of years. And Dubov, he won that World Rapid Championship when he was in his early 20s. So he's obviously no slouch in these time controls.
Indeed, yeah. So, I think we're going to see a very exciting game here. Players should be getting ready any second now. Are they?
Yeah, I think they're just, going through the final stages, logistical work, and then we will get the games to begin. But, these two players, super strong. They're also used to each other. Dubov, we know that creativity. He loves a good Catalan. And for Liam Lay, he just, he is awesome. And he's more solid, though, historically.
And the game has started d4 by Dubov as expected. I think Lequang is going to play the Nimzo, and probably a Catalan here and it's all on the board.
We'll just watch and see. Oh, I like this A5 line by Liam Lay, but Dubov isn't going to think for a half second.
Indeed, yeah. And after A5, it does give white the option of going queen to c2 first, but Dubov does not do that. Instead of that, he sacks the pawn on c4. And I've had this line myself a couple times with black. There's a lot of moves black has here. b5 is one of the main ones that Liam is going for. And white generally continues with something like knight to c3, c6, I believe, and a4. But black is really trying to hang on for dear life to that pawn. After knight e5, there's moves like rook to a6. And it's really up to white. How do you get the pawn back?
Right. And in these Catalans, you often think, no problem. You take on c4, I'll get it back. But as you're suggesting here, no, you're not getting it back so easily. So black can at some point take on c3. I would not rush that decision, because after pawn takes, it makes the b file open and the b5 pawn more of a target. And as you point out, knight to e5 at any moment can hit both of these c pawns, open up the diagonal, cause problems in the b5 square. So now Liam is trying to figure out, do I make a move like queen to b6? That could be a little bit worrisome because you're opening up the diagonal and the rook is loose, but there's no good knight discovery.
Indeed. So sometimes what you do is you wait for white to take on b5, because then you take on c3. So you've already undoubled your c pawns and you can put your bishop on the b7 diagonal, and it's no longer blocked by that pawn. But the problem is, if you go bishop b7 now and white takes on b5, then you cannot capture the knight on c3 because white has the intermezzo of b takes c6. So let's see what Lequang is going to do here. There's no easy moves, I would think.
Yeah, just showing what you were saying there. Very good point that with the bishop already on b7, b takes c6 is a possibility. But if that bishop stayed on c8, then you could get away with bishop takes c3 intermezzo. So Liam Lay, he seems less familiar with this, Benjamin. He's spending a lot of time, and he does take on c3 voluntarily. To my eyes, that looks like it could cause him more problems than it was worth.
Indeed, yeah. So Dubov recaptures on c knight to d7 by Lequang. Of course, it's always up to white, to prove the compensation. I wonder what black is planning here. All right, although after knight e5, I guess you can take, because after pawn takes e5, your knight is pinned, but you can trade the queens first, and then you can move your knight to the d5 square.
what if I play knight d2? Because now your pawn's under attack and I have a takes b5. But I guess your move from earlier, this rook a6 choice, gets out of the pin and protects the pawn all at once.
Indeed, yeah. White has a lot of options here to put the pressure on black. Sometimes moves like queen to b1 come to mind. I guess what Kwong is planning to answer that with a move like queen to b6. So knight e5 is not a problem. Once again, black can take, and then your knight on f6 is no longer pinned. So let's see what Dubov is going to do here. I mean, he has the two bishops, but oh, and there's no queen b1. I guess queen b6 now for black, right?
Yeah, you have to sometimes watch out for a knight g5 idea, but the bishop's already on the square. And the reason why knight g5 would be so threatening is the checkmate on h7, as well as the diagonal opening up towards a8. But it can't work right now. Bishop takes, knight takes. Again, knight g5 has no threat because the knight covers h7.
So queen b6 has been played by Kwong. Of course, you could also play e4, just play in the center, but then black is up a pawn. And, if he consolidates the position, black might be better, but it's not easy because, your bishop on c8 is always very passive. White generally delays that capture on b5 to keep the bishop boxed in. So let's see how Dubov will continue here.
And one of the questions I always have is, if white keeps the status quo, can black at some point think about playing b4? It probably is too soon. You make your c4 pawn a little bit of a target, but if you can collapse white center, and there are times when even pushing your pawn is worth it. So it's not like Dubov has all the time in the world.
Indeed, yeah, you make a very good point. If black, goes bishop a6 first, then, b4 could become an option, perhaps followed by c5. And if he doubles those pawns, his majority on the queen side could definitely be worth something. So let's see how Dubov will continue here. I mean, maybe knight at d2, creating the threat of a takes b5, but then black could play, a move like rook to b8, so he could always recapture the c pawn.
Yeah, actually, knight d2 threatens a few things. For example, knight takes c4 doesn't work right away because the knight defends the queen. But if you gave me one free turn, I would play bishop takes f6, because if you took with a knight, then I could take on c4, and there's a pin on the b file. So a knight d2 sort of threatens bishop takes f6, forcing you to double pawns, and that could expose your king. And I actually liked knight d2 more a move ago. If we just take a step back here, the move knight d2, if black played rook a6 to defend the pawn and allow for cb5, this knight e4 move, at some point I could take and bring my knight to c5. It just feels like there's some pressure there. And I see the eval bar go down after knight e4. So there was a better choice rather than that move. But I just think the rook on a6 is a bit misplaced.
Indeed, we see Dubov going for something else. Instead of that, he took an f6, and perhaps now knight e5 makes a lot of sense. You hit the pawn on c6, you threaten a takes b5, and you threaten knight takes c4. So there's no easy way for black to deal with this. Knight at d5 by Kwong. And we see a takes b5 by Dubov. Do you think after pawn takes, he's considering knight takes c4?
To give up two pieces for the rook, because if cb, knight c4, pawn takes, we do get a trade of queens. This knight does protect the queen, but once that knight moves out the way, this rook is hanging in the corner, and that knight will be able to, you're going to see exactly this. The knight will take back, a5 will fall, and so it's rook and one pawn for two minor pieces. I like it.
Yeah, I feel like the real problem there for Kwong is that his knight on a8 is lacking a good square. It could jump back to b6, but then let's say white goes for e4, right? Taking the d5 square away, followed by rook to b1, that the knight is just lacking, a stable square, just like the bishop on c8, and the c4 pawn is always extremely weak. So I would definitely favor white in that endgame.
And so does the eval bar. So you are calling it perfectly if this were indeed to happen, because this knight is going to be kicked away, no outpost for it. The bishop has nowhere to go. It's undeveloped, and the c4 pawn, as you mentioned, will be a target. So now it's a big decision for Liam here, because the eval bar says, oh, black is fine, which may mean that a queen move, just instead of going down this forcing variation, which is clearly better for white, he should move his queen away somewhere. But what's that square? Queen c7, it may look like queen takes b5 happens, but there's bishop a6. So that actually is available and is played. And once this knight moves, the c3 pawn is now going to be won by black.
Indeed, yes. I really don't like the move queen c7 by black. And yeah, now the question is, where should Dubov go with the knight? I mean, you don't want to go knight e3 because black just takes. Actually, you could take on e3, but also on c3. So perhaps you would have to take the knight on d5 first, but then you're always going to have to deal with the light squared weaknesses around your king. But maybe it's just what you have to do, take on d5 and go knight e3. But I would think black is a very comfortable position there after, say, queen to c6.
I agree. And Dubov does as well. He goes knight a3. So if knight takes c3, there could even be a knight takes b5. I understand e2 is hanging, but this rook in the corner will be hanging, and the knight could get trapped on e2. So we're getting into a tactical sequence. The engine is not bothered zeros, of course, just the equal position. But I think it's actually way less clear than that. And perhaps Liam, instead of taking on c3, he may just bring his bishop out to one of these squares to defend b5 and keep c3 as a permanent target.
Yeah, he goes for rook to b8. So can white take on b5 now is the question. Right, what is he planning? Queen c6.
One of these squares. I think queen c6, right?
Yeah, I think queen c6, and I don't really see what white is doing there.
I guess a5 is hanging though, right?
Oh, a5 is hanging. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, well then, I mean, because knight takes c3 and knight takes c7 doesn't work. So perhaps maybe queen c6. Well, after queen c6, rook a5, you don't have rook knight takes c3 because you hang your queen. So maybe queen c4.
Well, we're about to get the answer. Queen c4. I guess there's knight. There is knight d6. There's also just rook takes a5.
But then knight takes c3.
Then I'm walking into it, aren't I? I'm stepping all sorts of in the path. So
maybe after queen c4, you have to go knight a3.
Just attack that queen back and say, we'll trade pawns. But even if you take c3, this queen can move on out. And then the problem for black is your a5 pawn is isolated target, and white only has one pawn island, which means that it's a healthier pawn structure.
Indeed. And actually, you know, there's a long line. If you go queen c4, knight a3, if black were to take on b1, you take the queen on c4. And if black takes on, well, maybe black can take on a1. And then if we recapture, take on c3. But the problem is after a move like e3, the pawn on a5 is going to fall sooner or later, I would think.
Yeah, you play a4. I can play rook a3 to kick your knight away. I can also go knight b6 to try to win this pawn at any moment. And this is just really good position for white. Up a healthy pawn, no risk whatsoever.
Indeed. So we see Lequan going for queen to c6. Now I would think rook takes a5 is probably the move here for white. I mean, it's the only sensible move I see to defend the knight. C4 just doesn't really look like it. Maybe there's bishop takes d5 as well, but it feels premature to give up the bishop for the knight. So I wonder what Lequan has in mind after rook takes a5 here.
Bishop a6 or bishop d7, one of these two moves, right?
Right, yeah, I guess bishop d7, yeah. Maybe then c4 for... No, it's c4 you take. And I was thinking rook c1, but there's rook takes b5.
Right. Feels like this knight is pinned and getting in a lot of trouble, but Dubov has calculated this thoroughly because rook a5, bishop d7, the knight is about to be lost. And knight a7 isn't completely out of the question either. It's a weird move, but sometimes weird moves can work.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, there should be something out. I mean, after knight a7, at the very least, we should be able to go, let's say queen c7, forcing knight b5, and he goes for queen d3. So his point is that if black were to take the knight with the rook or the queen, he wants to go c4 and fork the rook or the queen and the knight on d5.
Yeah, okay, pretty good decision. I'm just curious if we go a half step back. Rook a5, bishop d7. The same idea, but you steal another pawn because after rook b5, rook b5, queen b5, then he has c4, and white ends up a pawn ahead.
Queen c1, that's so difficult to spot. And yeah, that's probably the only square where the queen could go because it could not be attacked by, let's say, a knight jump or, you know, a queen move. And yeah, here white would remain up a healthy extra pawn. But I feel like after queen d5, after queen d3, sorry, there should be a way for black to equalize here.
Yeah, and maybe it's just queen takes b5, and after c4, I guess actually that's not so easy because you are going to lose that knight, and then a5 becomes a target. So we have to think carefully here rather than just assuming things will work.
Well, perhaps queen takes b5, c4, knight b4. I mean, you take on b5, but then I take on d3 and take on b5 at the end, and that should be a... I mean, white might still have a bit of pressure because the pawn on a5 is weak, and we can always go d5, getting rid of our double pawn, but I would think that's probably the way to go for black.
Yeah, this seems like, okay, white definitely can't be worse, but it doesn't look so bad for black either. These are terrible pawns. Even if you win a5, it shouldn't be much of anything with a bishop b7 move and trade the bishops off. So yeah, I think that this should be a hold for Liam if they go down this path, but he's thinking here because this is a very consequential decision. It's not like I just take your knight, you're going to win mine back, everything is good and fun. You have to find, I think, this knight b4 move that you were just pointing out, and then it should make his life easier.
Indeed, and he traded first on c4. So now rook to b2. I guess he wants to take the pawn on e2 because if he recaptures on d5, there would be e3 and he would be left with a bunch of weaknesses. But now after either rook takes a5 or pawn takes c6, white will be up a pawn.
That's true. That's an extra pawn here on d4 for white, and that means that black has to prove the draw. The good news for Liam is he has no other weaknesses, right? You'll only have 3 pawns remaining, and they're all connected, so you can't really target them. The d4 pawn is isolated. You can put a rook in front, a rook behind. So that's what Liam is likely going to do. But the bad news is the d5 square is protected so many times. So even if, and he guess is going to fill the square, but even if rook d2 happened, there would have been de and then d5 very quickly. So that's why he's filling the square so the pawn is stuck in place.
Indeed, yeah. So I like this decision to take on d5 first. Now, I would think if Dubov takes with the bishop, rook d2, I mean, you would have to make an awkward move like rook to a4, and then black maybe rook d8 already forces the draw. So perhaps you have to take with the rook on d5, because you can still put your rook on d6 later on to make sure that your pawn on d4 stays protected, and you can then later slowly but surely entangle.
Right. And from black's perspective, like and I was gonna say, let's say these bishops get traded and you'll make some luft for your king, so you get back rank checkmated. But if you can get a rook down to d2 like this, a white ends up being frozen because your f1 rook can never move because the f2 pawn, and then you always have to worry about black teaming up on your pawn on d4. So that's a major idea right now, is trading and then trying as quickly as possible to get your rooks doubled on the second rank.
Indeed, and that's maybe the reason why Dubov chose a d7 score, because now if you go g6, white goes, let's say, rook a1 first, because then after rook c8, white is just in time to go rook a7, and white just comes one move earlier, because if you go rook to c2, then white has rook takes f7, and simultaneously protects the pawn on f2.
I feel like they may have overlooked this, but after rook a1, maybe he'll bring his rook to f6, defending and attacking and freeing up this rook.
Yeah, that's probably what he has to do, but I feel like he hasn't played in the most accurate way, and Dubov definitely has real winning chances here. Although black should be able to draw, I think, with the rook coming to f6. You know, you can go king g7 and activate the other rook, and the d pawn isn't really going anywhere for the moment.
Although rook b3, so if you go rook f6, I have rook f3, and now we have to think, is trading a pair of rooks beneficial for white, and helping try to liquidate up a pawn, or is black saying, that should be easy enough? The pawn is very close to where the black king is, so maybe I can stop it there. So Dubov throws his pawn up first. He now can go rook over to f3, or as we were talking about, try to go rook f7, but the rook on f6 is so well positioned here, and that frees up the second rook.
Indeed, but yeah, I think as soon as that rook lands on f3, black will just go king to g7, and the rook will just have a bit of a stare down. Like neither rook wants to capture the other one, because that would bring the king closer to the center. And black should be fine with just waiting there. He can activate the other rook by, let's say, going rook a8, rook to a2, and he can put the rook on d2, putting it behind the passed pawn. So we see Dubov going rook to d1, and I guess after rook a8, he wants to go rook d2 to make sure that the rook doesn't land on the second rank.
So Dubov's claim is having 2 rooks gives him with better winning chances than just one. And rook d2, I think, is automatic. And yet Dubov is thinking here, and he plays it. And is white just about ready to push this pawn? Because the last thing that black really wants is that pawn inching closer and closer to the other side. But if he feels that he can just bring his king over, that's Liam, and then try to blockade at some point and go after the pawn, then maybe he's not so scared of it.
Indeed, and we see him going king to f8 here. I wonder if, I guess if Dubov goes d6, you just go king e8, and if you check on e7, you just move the king back, and you prepare to move rook d8 on the next turn, and that should hold for black, I would think. The d pawn is a little bit annoying, but it's also quite weak.
Right, and it's hard to keep that one defended there. So Liam doing everything you could ask for. He is holding steady. Still slight better for white. We have an extra pawn, that's clear, but there's no way to make immediate progress. Like, where's our king going? Our king, it can't really go up the board over here. It can't enter the center. The rook cuts it off. And where is it going to go? King f1, king e2. It takes forever for the king to walk up, whereas black has the next 2 moves very clearly.
Indeed, yeah. So I feel like Le Quang should be able to hold here. He is also up a minute on the clock. Let's see what Dubov is going to try here. He goes for d6. Okay, so now king e8. What do you think his idea is?
Well, I got nothing for you. Rook check, king back with the rook around. Is he going to try to bring his rook behind the pawn? Was that one of the ideas? It doesn't look like it accomplished anything.
Yeah, so we see rook to d8 by Laquang. And what's always so impressive by these 2700 GMs is that I feel like they often hold these positions effortlessly. Of course, it's still too early to call it a draw, but I mean, also if you look at Laquang, he just looks very unfazed by the position. I would say king e7 is probably a draw here, followed by rook d6.
Right. Yeah, no, this seems like it holds. And if the rook checks on e2, you can also rook e6. And I think some of our viewers would be scared. Wasn't I told not to trade when I'm down material? But this pawn is not going to be long for the board. If you can take these rooks off, then you only have one defender and there are two attackers. So you pointed out rook to d6 is a very good move, and that should make it an immediate draw.
Indeed, and there's no way for Dubov to, magically move his king up to, let's say, the g5 square. It's just too far off. So we see him going rook to e2. I was thinking, rook e6 now by Laquang. And this game is, headed for a draw. So we should be having a blitz game pretty soon.
And, you really had this one called perfectly. So maybe you should be called the prophet. You said, okay, Dubov slight favorite. He did go up a pawn. He was the only one with some winning chances. But now that it's even, Lamb will get the white pieces in a blitz game, and he's a former world blitz champion. So he now becomes the favorite.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think the momentum just shifts with every game. I don't know who would be the favorite in bullet. I really have no idea, but I guess Laquang, he's really good in blitz. I've played him, in some matches, and that's been quite rough.
Well, I know that Dubov sometimes plays bullet with Daniel Naroditsky, so he has experience against one of the best bullet players on the site. And look at their blitz ratings: 3009 against 3000. Pretty much as close as it gets.
Indeed, and we see Dubov going here for the move c5, some sort of weird Benko variation.
This position is usually very hard to understand. Don't take on b5 too soon, because queen a5 would have been a check that won the piece. That's why Lamb puts his bishop on d3. And Black looks like he's going to be up a pawn here, but White just doesn't care because of his lead in development.
Indeed, and knight f6 by Dubov. I wonder how. Okay, so he just goes short castle, so he's ready to sacrifice another pawn. c4 by Dubov. Both players are still playing quite fast, so I guess this is some sort of theory. But I would think you probably have to move the bishop now. He goes to e4.
Yeah, I felt like he couldn't afford to give up this pawn with bishop dropping back to e2. So he goes bishop e4. If you take, you get the bishop pair, you're up a pawn. That sounds good, but you have no development across your back rank. And look at Lamb's pieces. They're all moving forward. a4 becomes an idea to undermine this pawn structure here. What a weird opening.
Indeed, and the thing is, White is up in development, but Black's structure is so solid. We see Dubov going here for g6, bishop g7, and he's really telling White, like, where's the compensation, right? I mean, White could go rook to e1, making it difficult for Black to castle because you would hang the pawn on e7, but there should be other ways for Black to entangle, I would think.
And one of the ideas I'm thinking about is knight to d7, knight to e5, but I'm watching out for this rook in the corner, because if you're not careful and this pawn happens to move out the way, you may be down some material. For example, after knight d7, there could be a knight e6 move, kind of clever, takes, and the rook in the corner is in trouble.
Indeed, another interesting line would be, let's say, knight fd7, knight c6, and if takes 6, knight e5, then rook takes to e5, followed by c7, trapping that rook in the corner.
That's really sweet.
Indeed. So it's up to Dubov. I mean, I would think, after castles, White does take the pawn on e7, and it's not clear what Black has going for him. I mean, the knight c6 jump is always super annoying. That's why you cannot develop your knight to d7, and bishop e7 probably also runs into knight c6. So maybe move like queen b6 here to hit that knight. Yeah,
queen b6. And look at Dubov's clock. He's now down to 150, and Lam Lei is now ahead about 50 seconds. So hugely in the clock. Queen b6, as you're pointing out, attacks the knight, helps cover the c6 square a bit, and sort of forces White's hand to make a choice. And is this knight going to move out the way so the bishop frees up? Potentially, but that's not the end of the world from Black's perspective. But he just has to move at this point.
Yeah, otherwise it's going to get super tricky. Laquang, he knows how to punish his opponents when they're low on time. I mean, I know it's from my own experience. But let's see what Dubov is going to do here. I mean, queen b6 looks very sensible to me. I don't really see another move that makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
Yeah, queen b6 looks best. I mean, if you're going to castle and give up e7, it's not the end of the world. You are up a pawn, so giving up e7 could be an option, but the same problems exist later in the game with knight coming to c6. But Dubov cannot afford to get this low on time.
Yeah, he's already getting below a minute, and Lequang still has 2.5 minutes on the clock. He plays extremely fast, like in pretty much any time format, whether it's classical, rapid, or blitz. And yeah, it's gonna get really tricky here for Dubov. He's got to move here.
Yeah, come on, you gotta go. I mean, 40 seconds, and he plays.
Knight
Wait, we were-
d7, but knight c6. What is he?
Oh,
What is his
gosh.
idea?
Maybe there's
you-
knight takes, pawn takes, and like knight c5.
c5.
Because then if c7, there's bishop b7 there. And then, okay,
Right.
if that works out for black, then he's holding on, and we see the evaluation bar hasn't really changed very much.
Yeah, so knight at d7 by Dubov on the board. I mean, I was I have an interesting variation. Like after knight c6, takes knight c5. Can I go for something wild? Like no, it doesn't really work. I was thinking, well, there's no knight takes c4 and queen takes d6 because you hang your rook on e1. And we see him go knight f6 back. So after c7, he wants to go for d5.
Okay, yeah, it's important that the knight blocks the queen. And you were just saying in some of the other variations, you would like to play knight c4 and queen takes d6, but this rook on e1 is hanging with checkmate. So even if it wasn't checkmate, it would still be good for black, but that's actually checkmate. So, knight f6. He spent all his time. He finds a viable defense here. And now the onus is back on Liam to find a move. And what would you consider here? A4 comes to mind, but you're actually not threatening a takes b5 because your rook isn't protected. Knight e4 at some moment can be played, but he chooses a4.
Yeah, see him going a4 here. It's still difficult for Dubov to make a move. He goes bishop e6, preparing to move short castles and making sure that the c4 pawn is protected. So let's see what Lequang should do here. I mean, it's not easy. You want to develop that dark square bishop somehow, but then you would have to move your knight out of the way and you no longer keep pressure on the c4 pawn.
Yeah, this bishop is stuck behind its knight. This bishop stuck behind the knight, but this is a kind of healthy looking structure all of a sudden for black. And c6, while it's an advanced pawn, you may think it's good. Later in this game, it might just fall. So I like what Dubov's doing. He spent all of his time, but he found an accurate path forward.
Indeed, and now we see Lequang dropping to a minute. So let's see what he's going to come up with. I mean, sacking the rook on e6 probably is not enough because black just recaptures, and after queen e2, I guess you have a move like e5 and you just defend everything. And yeah, moves like rook a3 run into b4, so that also doesn't really seem to be working either.
Whoa, and
b4.
Liam getting creative. I thought Dubov was white for a second here. What a move. If queen takes b4, now a takes b5 is possible because there's no longer a pin down the a file. If you take en passant, maybe knight takes on b3.
Indeed, yeah, I guess you take with a knight, and yeah, so we see Dubov taking the pawn here. Maybe bishop a3 is a move here, because if you take on a4, there's bishop takes d6, and all of a sudden your queen is trapped, but you can still move back to the b5, to the a5 square, and answer a takes b5 with queen takes, and you should be, defending everything.
Yeah, you did get an extra tempo, so important that bishop a3 is played, because after queen takes b5, the bishop could have been on c1, but it's clearly better developed over here. The queen captures back. Black is up 2 pawns, and now Liam's getting in some time trouble himself.
And you see rook b1, queen a6. The bishop on a3 is liking a good square. I mean, you could go to b4, but then black just castles. And, black is a very healthy structure. He's up 1 pawn, right? It's only 1 pawn.
2 pawns, right?
Or is it 2 pawns?
2 pawns.
Oh, 2 pawns. Okay, c7, d5. I mean, shutting down the bishop. And it's really up to Lequang here. Where's the compensation? Rook b8. Do we just go king d7? I mean, you have to go king d7.
It's a brave decision with your king in the center. Don't castle because you drop e7.
So we see him going bishop c5, but queen c8 by Dubov. I mean, knight takes c4, queen c7 on the board. And now, wait, how are you not just losing a piece?
You are losing a piece. Dubov has played a tremendous defensive game here.
And you see rook b5 by Lequang, but that can't really be working out. Just castles. I would think
it was a6. If you move the bishop, you lose the knight. And now you can take this because this is hanging, but he's castles first. And this, what is happening?
Right, knight b6 still, rook b8. But yeah, how do you deal with the knight? I mean, queen d4, but knight d7. Is there still...
No,
queen b4, but that's just a free piece. Knight b6.
Dubov
or knight c5, and yeah, he's just trading down everything.
He's a wizard.
It's going to be a win for Dubov.
And look at Liam was 5 seconds all of a sudden and losing everything.
Bishop c3. There goes another rook.
Wow. That was exceptional by Dubov. He spent all of his time, right, literally every second, and was able to find a perfect way to not just survive, but get a better position.
Yeah, amazing defense by Dubov. He went all the way down to 30 seconds. How he thought he should be in a lot of danger, but he found every defensive move and eventually got the win.
I mean, what a decision to play knight d7 and simply knight back to f6, right? We were talking about knight e5, knight c5, all this stuff. He just goes right back, understanding that this pawn looks more threatening than it is. And the position was just a tough one to evaluate. But a4, b4 didn't scare him. He ends up winning everything, even allowed a rook b8 check and would have sat his king in the center. So Dubov, he's a tactical wizard.
Indeed, yeah, amazing defense by him. And yeah, Laquang had 2 minutes to figure out, some sort of way to go forward, but he wasn't really able to come up with it. And yeah, Dubov just really, navigated the complications much better in this game.
Well, Daniil Dubov is our second semifinalist. He deserved that game. And next up will be Hikaru Nakamura against Alexander Grishuk. We don't take a break. The players are going to begin in a second here. So let's make sure that I have these players nice and followed for everybody. But we are about to get Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. And Benjamin, that's, the most exciting match of the day for many people.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, Grishuk, as we mentioned before, he's a 3-time World Blitz chess champion. Hikaru is the #1 in the world right now in Blitz. So yeah, I would have to give the edge to Hikaru. Grishuk has been really, upped his game lately in the RCC. He's making it to the knockouts more regularly. So yeah, I think we will see a very exciting matchup in any case.
For sure. And Grishuk's one of these tough customers where Hikaru with the white pieces, will he play his B3 system that he's admitted in many interviews that they can be good in quicker chess, but objectively they give black the advantage. And I'm not sure you want to give that kind of advantage positionally to a player like Alexander Grishuk.
Indeed, yeah, I'm sure he wants to hide his preparation for the candidates, and that's why he likes to play these offbeat openings, such as B3 early on. But of course, it could be tricky against someone like Grishuk. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to come up with. Maybe he will play something slightly more theoretical. But of course, yeah, the candidate should be his most important tournament coming up.
That is for sure. And one of the questions that tends to arise in these tournaments is, well, with the white pieces, and if Hikaru plays e4 and Grishuk plays e5, is he going to make that Berlin draw? But we've talked about this. Alexander Grishuk just won Title Tuesday the other week. So it's not like he's the type of player you want to say, yeah, no, I'll go down to 3-minute blitz and I'll just crush him. Grishuk is awesome. He's a 3-time World Blitz champion, as you mentioned. So if Hikaru does play e4 and Grishuk plays e5, will we see some kind of closed game, or will we see that Berlin draw that these top players know and love?
Yeah, I doubt it, to be honest. I think we will just see, a game by Hikaru. He has the white pieces. I mean, he should be a favorite in the Rapid. And yeah, I would think, if it comes down to the bullet, he should be a clear favorite. But in the Blitz, it's really anyone's game.
Yes, and we get a London system. Okay. Eric Rosen is happy somewhere. He's always happy, but especially now the London system is played. And Grishuk, will he go for these e6, c5 type of setups? Will he just play e6, bishop d6, as some people like to do, and be a bit passive? He can develop his own bishop out to f5. How do you play against London?
Yeah, so what I often like to do and what I recommend to my viewers is to go for c5, knight c6, and queen b6 quickly. That is a very ambitious line because white very often ends up sacking that pawn on b2, but we see Grishuk going for something more conservative with bishop to d6. And if I recall correctly, I think a couple of weeks ago in the RCC, Grishuk did go for that line with c5 and queen b6. He was doing pretty fine for the most of the game, but the complications just took him a little bit too much time, and Hikaru was able to capitalize on that later on.
Yes, and look at this move. Hikaru quickly, knight to d2. If bishop f4, e takes f4, a lot of people think double pawns are always bad, but inherent to having double pawns, you get an open file, a semi-open file, and the e file can be very useful as your rook will be able to stare quite far, and then the knight will jump into e5 with the defense of 2 separate pawns. So Grishuk on the clock. It's not the first time he's seen this position, but we know, Benjamin, he loves to get himself into time trouble.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess he just lost to think because nobody really likes to be under time pressure. Because, yeah, it's always kind of stressful when you see the last seconds ticking down. I believe there's a 2-second increment. That's much easier to deal with than the 1 second, because with only 1 second, it's very easy to flag. And we see him going b6 here. And generally, black's idea is to go for bishop a6 later on. White could play a move like c3, stopping it for the moment. But if black castles, black will go bishop a6 eventually.
Right. Your point was that c3 opens up this check on a4 and black is castle, so it's a moot point. But you just have to watch out for those things when your king's in the center. And I was going to say, Benjamin, that sometimes white can turn this back into a more standard queen's gambit type of position by playing c4. But you did spend 2 turns with your bishop. You went bishop f4, then bishop g3. That's 2 tempi. And black has not moved a single piece twice. So that means that from that perspective, black should be happy about how this opening is going.
Indeed, yeah. So we see the move c4 by Hikaru. I wonder how Grishuk is going to continue here. I would think bishop e7 looks very natural, and then eventually maybe knight bd7, queen e7, and prepare to move c5. And black should be doing completely fine, I would think.
Yes, and you usually wait to take on c4 because if pawn takes c4, this bishop wouldn't be able to develop in one turn. And that's why if a rook c1 is played, you still don't really want to take on c4 until this bishop moves. But Hikaru says, you're not taking on z4, I'm taking on d5. If pawn takes d5, the bishop, maybe not the best piece, but bad bishops defend good pawns. And that's why Grishuk takes the knight. He wants to leave this diagonal open for his good fianchetto bishop.
So knight takes d5 on the board. We see rook to c1 by Hikaru. And yeah, let's see how Grishuk is going to continue. It's not that easy to get the move c5 in successfully, because very often you would have to trade on g3 first. That opens up the h file, and since white has not castled yet, that gives white some additional possibilities with the rook looking at the h7 pawn. But I think knight d7 looks quite natural here for Grishuk.
Yeah, knight d7 for sure looks pretty good. And then if you ever move this knight to c4, say, please take me on g3. Maybe this bishop even comes up to b4 with check. The king is still in the center, so you can't just move the same pieces over and over again. That's not how chess usually works. And one idea, and it's an outside idea, so Benjamin, tell me if I'm kind of too wild here, but is there a universe where black can consider with f5, just making e4 a harder push for white, and maybe even getting to play f4 at some moment?
Yeah, f5 is definitely moving these types of positions, but it does weaken opponent e6 a little bit. So we see Grishuk for the more conservative knight at d7. And I'm curious how Hikaru will continue. There's the move e4, but it just goes bishop d3. And perhaps now maybe h6 for Grishuk, preparing to trade on g3 and following it up by c5. And I would think if he gets the move c5 in successfully, he should be solving all of his problems.
For sure. And h6 played just so there's no problems on this h7 square. I mean, even a moment ago, if you took on g3, it may not work necessarily, but you always have to consider this sacrifice. And here it doesn't quite work because the queen doesn't get to h5 quickly enough. But if this knight were already on e5, this would already be a checkmating attack. So you don't typically want to take on g3, as Benjamin was highlighting, with the rook still on h1 and h6 played now. You avoid all that altogether, and black is trying to trade and play c5.
Indeed. So let's see how Hikaru will continue here. I mean, he could castle, but I would think, yeah, black's just going to take on g3 and go c5. And should be doing completely fine. So we can take on d6, but then black recaptures with the pawn, and his structure also looks pretty fine. But maybe that is what white should go for. I mean, the pawn on d6 is always a little bit weak. Perhaps queen a4, queen a3 could come to mind, followed up by knight e4 or knight c4, and there's definitely a little bit of pressure there.
Yeah, no, that looks like a good try for Hikaru, because if these get traded, and as you said, queen a4, maybe even a timely bishop a6, and the c6 square, a rook would like to land there, and that d6 pawn becomes a target, and as well as this a7 pawn will need some tending to. So Hikaru goes for it, and queen b3 instead of queen a4, but similar idea. Queen's going to sit on a3 at some point.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see how Grishuk will continue here. He should be doing fine, I would think, after, let's say, queen e7, and I mean, after queen a3, I would think we probably can go a5, maybe put a knight on b4. But with the queen coming to a3, you know, the pawn on a7 also needs attention. So after rook c8, queen a3, rook takes c8 would be, you know, a threat for white.
Right? No, that's a good point. You mentioned the move a5, but a5 is one of those moves that gives you the b4 square, but eventually a pawn can come to a3 to take that away, whereas the b5 square becomes white's for the taking. That might not be a disaster, but it's just something to consider if black ever pushes those pawns. So Grishuk brings the rook to c8. After queen to a3, it's a really big question. Maybe even a6 is possible, just because you can think about playing b5 later and bring this knight to b6. This knight on d7, Benjamin, that's the one piece that I don't feel great about for black.
Yeah, it's liking a good square. We see Hikaru going queen a3 here, and now rook takes c8 and knight e4, knight c4 are his threats. So I like the move a5 by Grishuk. It solves the problem of the a pawn, and after knight e4, we can play knight b4 and solve the problem of the d6 pawn as well.
Right. And I guess it's very direct, right? Going for this d6 pawn after knight e4 is the next move. It just would win the pawn. So a5 is played, knight to b4, as you're mentioning. It takes the diagonal away from the white queen, and yeah, it's a good move. And Hikaru takes advantage of the square that it leaves behind.
Indeed. So Hikaru going bishop b5. I guess he wants to follow it up with knight to c4. So let's see how Grishuk will play here. I mean, knight b4 makes sense, but then after knight c4, the pawn on b6 could become a target. So knight f6 is also a move, but then maybe, knight c4 is once again a bit annoying. So yeah, it doesn't seem that easy to deal with the pawns on b6 and d6.
I kind of like your move knight f6 though, because if knight c4, maybe there's knight e4. Can I get away with that? Like, I'm just bringing my knight to the center, defending d6. My knight on d5 defends b6, and it feels like black has everything covered for the time being. And we shouldn't forget that this bishop staring down the length of the diagonal, if this knight gets to a square like g5 and knight f6, knight e4, maybe knight g5, this white king could be in serious danger.
Indeed. And yeah, there could be ideas of, black just taking that knight on f3 if white has to recapture with the g pawn, and maybe, just to illustrate real quick, like let's say white makes an empty move like h3 and black goes knight b4, then knight c4 could be yeah, well, I was going to show like there might be lines where black takes on f3 and then follows up by queen g5 with a check and picks with the bishop on b5.
Okay.
That's something white has to yeah, so let's say right, exactly, yeah, and then queen g5.
Yep, loose pieces so drop off.
Indeed. So we see Grishuk going knight f6. And yeah, after knight c4, do you think he's going for knight e4?
Yeah, I think he figured out the way to defend d6 is by bringing his knight. That was the bad piece. I was talking about that. One knight there was bothering me. It was dominated. This knight here was dominated by the pawn on d4, 3 squares away. So he's like, I'm going to bring my knight to e4, and your bishop, which was attacking my knight, can't get back to d3 to kick my knight out of here. So I think that is a great decision by Grishuk.
Exactly. Yeah, we see Hikaru is still up a minute on the clock, but it doesn't seem easy here to increase the pressure. We see him going queen to b3. Perhaps black can just go rook c7 followed by rook to c8, because if you take, we just recapture the queen and we keep control over the c file. So I think black should be done completely fine here.
I agree. And I think Hikaru will think of playing a3 at some point. That way it takes away the b4 square from this knight, and maybe even e4 when the time is right, because b6 is a bit tender.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what Grishuk will do here. I mean, rook c7 makes a lot of sense to me. And yeah, I would think that black probably wins the c file, although white could go for, let's say, rook c4. So we see him going queen to d8. Perhaps he's just preparing rook takes c1 followed by rook c8. Also trade off the rooks, and I would think black should be doing fine there. Although, even if you trade off all the heavy pieces, then knight c4 could be a big problem.
It's what you were saying in the first game between Dubov and Liam Le, what the Vietnamese grandmaster did so well. He makes it seem effortless. Moves like queen to d8, which I'm looking at active tries. How do I do something to give myself some counter chances? He plays rook d8, queen d8, excuse me, then rook takes, rook c8, like you were calling for, and just like, yeah, it's even. No big deal.
Indeed, yeah. So rook c8 is on the board. Let's see how Hikaru will continue here. I doubt that he wants to concede the c file. Although you could consider just taking and going queen c4, because it's not a good idea for black to take on c4 due to knight takes, and your d6 pawn looks undefendable. But perhaps maybe after queen c4 you just play a move like king f8, preparing for the endgame.
Right, because as soon as this king gets into e7, you no longer have to worry about d6. And even with the queen and one rook on the board, the king is perfectly fine over on e7. Like if the king were there right now, you would not have a problem with it.
Indeed. So let's see what Hikaru will do here. I mean, rook c4 makes sense. Rook to c2. Although after rook c2, you don't really have a follow-up.
Right.
Right, after rook c4, you have to move queen c2 later on.
Exactly. So you're just trying to line them up. And b6, that's a real weakness. So even if the rooks come off and the queens come off, white can still put pressure on that b6 pawn, but it's hard to bring multiple pieces to attack it. And this one knight on d5 is covering the square. So Grishuk has everything protected. d6 now is very hard to get to because your queen is not joining the party. So I think that this position is looking improved for Grishuk. Not that he's better, I think it's just a level game.
Indeed, and we see Hikaru going for the trading, going for bishop c4, putting a little bit of pressure on that knight. So I guess maybe just queen c7 by Grishuk, making sure the pawn on b6 is protected, and the pawn on d6 h3 by Hikaru, making some luft. And yeah, the move e4 is always in the air, but I think for the moment it is going to backfire because it's leaving white with some weaknesses. We see 97 by Grishuk. Do you think he wants to go bishop d5 and go for more trades?
He definitely can. He's using that bishop's full scope. He can go knight e4 if he wants to trade knights that way. And he has knight c8, just defend both of his weaknesses at once if he needs. So I like the way Grishuk is handling this, but I also like the way Hikaru is playing. I think that every single move he makes, it just leaves the position a bit ambiguous. And that means that Grishuk will have to spend a little bit of time trying to solve the next few moves.
Indeed. So let's see how Grishuk will continue here. I mean, a move like 94, although 94 might be a mistake because white can take and then take on e6.
Yes.
If you capture, we have a fork on the king and the bishop. So he should be careful of that. So maybe then bishop d5 if he wants to go for further trades.
Yeah, bishop d5 looks very reasonable here. I think that Hikaru would bring his knight out to d3 and bishop takes e6. There might be knight h. Wait, bishop e6. There's queen c1.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go for takes and king h8. You take the knight on the 5 and then queen c1 at the end. Because if king of 1, there's bishop a6. And there's just no way for white to protect the knight on e1. Because if you go knight df3, we take the knight and then take the knight on e1.
That's a big idea here by Grishuk. He's just seeing further along because at first it looks like, wait, that was just a horrible blunder. Bishop e6, your knight is lost. But he realizes that the queen c1 idea will win him a piece at the end. So knight to f3 is played. Now his bishop takes e6 at the right. It kind of looks like it.
Indeed, yeah. So Hikaru is setting it up very sneakily. But maybe now 94 for Grishuk, because if you take on e6, then we have queen f7 in the end. So yeah, and the knight on f3 doesn't really have anywhere to go to, I would think.
No. And he just goes back to e7 because knight on e1 doesn't really have anywhere to go to because then I can shatter your king side a little bit, and I don't mind doing that. So maybe we'll see a kind of funny repetition of knight d2, knight f5.
Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru will come up with. Yeah, you don't want to move the knight from e1. So I think you just move the knight back to d2.
Yeah, no, that seems like a fair result. Both players have played solidly and well, and Grishuk doing perfectly well on the clock. Actually, this is almost surprising to see how much time he has left.
Yeah, bishop d3. Okay, so queen c1 is not although queen c1 is a move, because if you take on b6, we take on f3. So how, I guess maybe Hikaru just wants to go king h2.
Get the king out of there. Well, Grishuk says, I don't even need to think about that. Let's trade those bishops. You were talking about bishop d5. Now the bishop came to d3. Let's offer the trade. And yeah, knight would love to sit on e4, just get black some activity.
Yeah, so I guess Hikaru should maybe play a move like knight at d2 and make sure that black trades first. But after knight d2, is there maybe then queen c1?
Yes. Two knights under attack.
Yeah, and you can take on e4, but at the end of it all, your pawn on f2 will be hanged. So that, although let's have a look. So he goes queen to d1. I would think that now after, let's say, queen c6, black should be doing completely fine. And maybe black's even a tiny bit better.
Yeah, it's one of these positions where black's been slightly, not worse, but having to deal with some problems. Like here's queen c4, and this knight can come to d5, maybe this knight to e4, and you just have to be a little bit careful as white because black suddenly has more space.
Yeah, it doesn't look easier for Hikaru to make a move. You cannot go knight d2 because then you hang your knight. And yeah, so he goes knight back to e1. I guess after knight e4, he wants to go knight d2.
How many times, Benjamin, have we seen a knight go to d2 and f3 and knight this and this? It's just like a lot of retreating moves.
Yeah, I wonder what Hikaru exactly wants to do with all these knight maneuvers. We've seen knight e4, and I guess now knight d2 has to be played by Hikaru. Or queen c2.
Yeah, he's trading the queens, but there's no winning chances whatsoever, I would feel like, from Hikaru. I think he's acknowledging that Grishuk has played a nice game and we should just trade queens and maybe call it a day.
Indeed. So we see Grishuk here trading the knights. Maybe now he can expand a little bit on the king side with a move like f5, king f7, g5, knight d5. And I would think maybe black is a tiny bit better. We see him going king f8, king f1. But white should be doing completely fine here with the king coming to the center.
Yeah, just don't play king to d3 and drop your f2 pawn. Otherwise, you're perfectly happy.
Yeah, so we see Grishuk going d5. I guess now f6 to take the e5 square away. His knight could always jump back to the d6 square, so we could go to c4 later on. But I mean, if you would tune in now, you would think that this is an exchange Slav.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Just we traded here early on and then just try to play down the C file, trade everything off. And I mean, who's going to offer the? Oh, they did. Grishuk offered a draw.
So Hikaru doesn't want to draw apparently. Maybe he just feels he cannot play Grishuk in the upcoming time scramble. He's up 20 seconds on the clock, but the position does look very, very symmetrical.
Yeah, I don't even see a way to attack anything, right? You can't even get to this B6 pawn anymore. There's no square. If you go towards F6, the king can just go. You can start trying to push pawns, but you may get yourself in more trouble than it's worth. As soon as you push pawns forward, you leave squares behind. So, yeah, this looks like a pretty easy hold.
Indeed. But yeah, we know that Hikaru is able to cook up tricks in any type of position. So I'm very, very curious to see how he will continue here. He goes knight c1. Where do you think he's headed with the knight?
I don't think he even knows. I think he's just kind of making moves randomly at this point, understanding the position is very equal. And e5 by Grishuk. So Grishuk is the one who is pushing forward here, not necessarily just playing for win, but just trying to gain some space. And it's not out of the question that e4 happens at some moment.
Yeah, so we see 92 by Hikaru is heading with a knight to c3 to hit the pawn on d5 and perhaps to the b5 square if the knight on d6 were to move. There could actually be, like, the one trick I see is, let's say black makes an empty move, right? Like, let's say knight h4 or knight e7. My idea is that if king c6 happens, there would be ideas like b4, or to go b5, and if you were to take, you would take with a knight. But king e6, it looks like black is just holding everything together. I guess Grishuk wants to go with the knight to c6, keeping an eye on the b4 square and putting a little bit of pressure on the pawn on d4.
Right. No, that's very fair. And knight c4 at some moment could just be a little bit annoying. You can just push does that, push the pawn, taking care of knight c4. So there's no infiltration squares, right? Like knight b5 is covered by black, knight b4 is covered by white. So it feels like neither side is really making progress. Although black can't just move the king. White can waste time with his king, but Grishuk can't move his king because d5 is loose.
Indeed, and notice the clock. Hikaru is selling up 40 seconds here, and that's very, very tricky for Grishuk. There's only a 2-second increment, so he's not really getting the time back. And that's kind of what Hikaru is hoping for, is that maybe he will try to trick Grishuk when he's low on time.
Right. And you mentioned the move b4 earlier. It doesn't actually carry a threat, but if you take, then this knight hops out and puts more pressure on d5. Though playing b4 will always give black this c4 square to work with. And it's not clear that you want to play knight c4 because it could be a knight takes d5 if you're not careful. So a lot needs to be calculated right now if you're making any pawn pushes.
Yeah, so he goes knight e1, but I don't know where he's headed with the knight. I think he just has to go back to c2 to cover the b4 square and to defend that pawn on d4, because you don't really want to allow the capture and have to recapture with the e pawn. So I expect, that this is going to be a draw, but, Grishuk has to be a little bit careful here. 1 minute is still enough time, but if he gets himself down to 10 seconds, then all of a sudden, Hikaru will try to complicate the position one way or another.
I mean, look at this move, knight takes d5, right? King takes e4 check, followed by d5. Like, that's a possibility. It doesn't lead to an advantage, but you could overlook that and then get yourself in trouble. So Grishuk quickly brings his knight back to e7. Everything looks stable, but there are still tactics up in the air.
Right. So I wonder if, knight c6 is probably still a move, because knight takes d5 probably still leads to equality, because you go king e6 to d7, takes on c6. Right. So you go going knight b5 in this position.
So if this knight gets here, is there like some kind of knight c7 to a8? It looks ridiculous, but you have to watch out for this b6 pawn.
Yeah, it is something to watch out for. You still have to move knight b4 on tap. So it's not really a problem right away, but I guess Grishuk has to take here because knight c7 is a legitimate threat here, winning the d5 pawn.
So he throws in knight to b4 and knight c7 being a big idea. So he trades and...
Oh, maybe pawn takes? Maybe pawn takes. And your knight on b4 is suddenly a little bit trapped.
True. Actually, that's really annoying. The king can walk back over here to defend b6 as is needed, but watch out if at some point you take and try to break open things on the king side, the knight is out of play.
Yeah, like let's say you go king d6 here and we go knight a4, you probably have to go king c7, and then what if I take on although that doesn't really work. I was thinking to take on e5 and then go f4, but it just drops a pawn.
Yeah, but I see your idea, right? Because you can give up the pawn and then try to play h4 g5 and your king is pretty close. So that's something.
Wait, but what about this? King d6, knight e2, and I want to go knight g3 to f5.
Oh no.
And your knight is not going anywhere. Your knight is trapped on b4.
Can you play
No, I think Hikaru's
E4?
going to win this game. I mean,
Can you play
E4, take a knight C3.
Oh my gosh, you go to back to C3. That's a good point. So
King D7, but knight G3. What does he want to do?
he's,
I don't see.
you know, if
Knight
you go to
F5
H5,
now.
there's knight
H5,
G7.
knight G7.
Mm-hmm.
But knight F5. How do you defend here? Because once again, your knight is not going anywhere. Maybe E4. E4 is his idea.
Yes, he's going to give up H6, but get his knight out. And especially if he gets the D5 square, his knight can go for this B5 pawn.
Indeed, yeah. White could take and go knight G3 back, but there's king D5. Okay, so Hikaru goes knight E2.
So is he goes back here. I was wondering if E4 was available because he had F5 to follow up with.
Yeah, so king E6. I wonder if, yeah, I don't really see, you know, what he could, maybe he could have gone, you know, F4 after E4, but that does leave the D3 square available for black. Yeah, E4 on the board by Grishuk. Take knight G3, king D5. Yeah, knight E2, king E6 back.
Yep, king E6 and
Knight
F5.
C and F5, yeah.
And
And
you
knight
have to watch
E4,
out
there's
for
always
white.
knight D5.
Yeah, you have to watch out
Yeah.
for if you're white, because if you ever take this, then there's an outside pass pawn coming.
Yeah, so maybe now knight F5 for Hikaru. Oh, but then
Okay.
king E6, right? Is that a threefold already? But I think it's a threefold.
Takes.
it's not.
Knight D5.
Knight D5.
Knight back, knight
Knight
C6.
C6. And black barely holds there. There's no way to really create a passive for white.
No, and even if
For
this king
all-
were on C4, you can't move your knight from F5 once the knight's on D5. So you're like at this weird standstill, and that's a draw by repetition.
Yeah, so it got very, very close, but Grishuk managed to hold there. I would think there was probably a chance for Hikaru, but he missed it with only a couple seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but amazing play first by Grishuk to neutralize everything. Then amazing play by Hikaru to take on B5 with that pawn and to recognize that double pawns isolated sound bad, but that knight was trapped. And then Grishuk to show some composure and hold. So what a game that was. And Benjamin, we're off into the blitz and look at the ratings. 30-63 for Grishuk and Hikaru, 31-87. Yeah, he's always the top of the rating list.
Indeed, that's nothing to sniff at. And we see here some sort of, hybrid of a Nimzo or a Rogozin. Pawn takes D5 by Grishuk. I don't really know if this is what black is supposed to do here. I remember Hikaru playing a match against Mohammed and after bishop G5, he played a move C5, and now you have to take with the E pawn, I guess. But then I would think white probably takes on C5, and it's up to black to, show that you can get the pawn back comfortably.
Right. And so knight D7 played first. Now if you take on C5, there's A3, and the rook can take on C3, but there is knight E4. So that's what's allowing Hikaru to keep everything together. Bishop F6, queen F6, queen takes D5. That is a pawn. And black will get very quick development, bishop E6, things like that. But I'm always curious, especially in blitz games, Benjamin, if black really does prove more often than not that that pawn sacrifice is justified.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, I would think after bishop e6, black probably has enough play, because there's a funny line after queen d4, you can just trade on d4 and then take that pawn on a2.
Right.
But Grishuk is thinking here. Maybe he's just considering move like bishop e2, but then I would think after knight c4, black gets enough play. There's also moves like queen d4, but then I guess you just take on c3, and you should have enough. Although, wait, if you take on c3, what if we take with the rook? And after knight e6, there's bishop takes f6, which should lead to, there's knight takes d4.
Yeah, there's knight e4. So maybe we take the pawn, because as you point out, if knight d4, there's bishop f6. It goes like this. He's just playing against the isolated pawn. Okay, it was a very weird sequence, but now we're in familiar territory.
Right, it's still up to white to consolidate the position. If white goes, let's say bishop d3 and castles, he's better. But I think here after bishop d3, there's bishop g4 from black. So bishop e2, I guess bishop g4, he just wants a castle. And white does have, an advantage. So pawn on d5 is weak, and white should have pretty comfortable play here.
Yes, and there's no knight on c6, which means that you can even blockade the pawn with the queen and then put pressure on d5 and a7. So queen on d4 is a very well-placed piece. Black is just worse, and it's not the end of the world, but it's not fun. I hate playing these positions from the black side.
Yeah, so queen b6 by Hikaru, making sure he always has some pressure on the pawn on b2. So let's see how Grishuk will continue here. I mean, rook d1 looks very natural. I'm sure Hikaru wants to play rook to c8. And then where do you go with the queen? Do you go to d4, or do you go to a square like a3?
The answer is clearly not d4 anymore. I guess a3 it is. And that's a perfectly fine place to be. Just hang out over here. You keep this square blockaded. Although black often brings his knight into e4 once the bishops get traded, and then tries to maybe even get this knight around to c4 himself.
Yeah, so we see the trade on e2, and white is definitely better here due to the pawn on d5, but it's very often not enough to win. So let's see how Grishuk will continue here. I would think knight f4 makes sense, but that would allow the move d4, so you see him going knight at d3, knight d4, sorry. And I guess just maybe g6 or h6 here for Hikaru.
Yeah, I'm also wondering about this knight d2, knight c4 idea, because that could lead you to winning this pawn here. But now I'm realizing that you don't actually really win that pawn very cleanly in most positions, because the rook will come to b1 and you'll drop b7 in return.
Right, but how exactly do you play after knight d2? Because I think you have to go rook d1, we go knight c4, and then where do you go with the queen?
Is there knight f5? Did I kind of trick us into believing that knight d2 is actually a threat? Because knight e7 check is kind of...
Oh, yeah, knight f5, that could be an idea. So maybe g6 by Hikaru. So let's see, Grishuk needs to be careful here. So maybe rook fd1, making sure that knight d2 is not in the position anymore.
Right. And that's a move you typically want to play regardless. He goes rook c to d1. He's saying, I don't want to trade rooks anymore. And that seems to have been a slight inaccuracy, but I completely get it. And for Hikaru, a6, calm move.
Yeah, so a6, he's making sure that there's no knight b5 jumps. I would think Black is fine here in this position. He has the isolated d-pawn, but he has the c-file. So I can never really move the knight. And Black just, slowly, maybe can you trade here and go rook c2?
He's taking the pawn, yeah. I mean, otherwise, for sure, rook c2. Thankfully, the knight remained. And now you wish your rook were on a1, so you could play rook a5. You need this rook situation, but it's not happening.
Yeah, so we see Hikaru going rook c7 here. He wants followed up by rook to c8, f3 played by Grishuk, knight to c5. And I would think Black is fine here. I mean, the pawns on b3 and b2 are also weak. So rook d2 by Grishuk. I would think just, rook to c8, maybe go king g7 or king f8. And the weaknesses should, even each other out.
Right. Because you can't get to d5 without moving your knight, but you can't move your knight because the b3 pawn is loose, and knight e6 trying to get a trade so the c2 square can be occupied by Black's rook.
Yeah, so knight e2 by Grishuk, hitting the pawn on d5. Perhaps knight c5 is an option here for Hikaru. A rook c5 is also a move, but then knight c3 would be annoying, hitting the pawn on d5 and taking away the b5 square.
Right.
And now what do you do? Because if you go b4, do we go, where do we go? Like knight b3 maybe?
Yeah, or knight a4, because the knight can come to b6 in some positions, and that's annoying as well.
Right, yeah. So let's see, if knight b3, if we take on d5, I would think after rook to c2, what if there is rook b1? Knight a4 played.
But look at that, it's going up a little bit for white here. So rook, knight a4, excuse me, that's apparently a bit of an inaccuracy. Maybe there's a rook a1 just to kick this knight back to b6, but the knight on b6 defends d5 and can also hop into c4 at some moment.
Indeed, yeah, perhaps maybe rook fd1 for Grishuk as a move as well, but there's always, no, that allows rook c2, and then b3, knight b2 is very annoying.
Yeah, that's a move that catches you off guard. You're like, 18 seconds.
But look at the clock, only 18 seconds for Grishuk.
Wow, he's spending too much time. He plays b3.
b3, knight c3 here.
Knight c3 looks completely reasonable. Then we can see some trades. But Grishuk,
knight c3 here makes a lot of sense for Hikaru, and then the queenside pawns could become real targets. And
I wonder if Grishuk will play rook c1 after. So Hikaru's back. He wants to play for a win because of the clock.
Yeah, but knight d4, white really does defend all of his weaknesses. But he goes rook d1 first, makes a lot of sense. Rook c2. Grishuk will go h. I was gonna say he's gonna go h4. That's kind of keep standing his ground. Let's say on the king side.
And sometimes this king can walk up to f4 if you're not looking out for it. But there will be a rook c3 at some point, and then somehow this knight needs to offer a trade with the other knight.
Indeed. So rook a2 by Grishuk. Maybe he's looking at most like rook a5 or rook d2 to c2, getting some trades in.
And I'm wondering about
we
b5.
might get another. We might get another knight endgame here.
But it's starting to feel like Grishuk, even though he's 8 seconds, like Black is kind of frozen. And if you get b5, you can just trade off your worst pawn. Then it feels like White's position is improving. He plays b5. He wants rook a5 next.
Yeah, I like b5 a lot. Rook to c1. Maybe rook h1. I guess we just go king g3. He could go rook c2 here. How is he going to recapture? Maybe with
the knight, I guess, and then move the knight back, and then play rook a7 ideas.
Yeah, so he clearly wants to keep the rooks on the board. I guess it's the correct decision. Once again, the knight on d4 really covers everything, and then with the rook coming to a7, the pawn on b7 will be very weak.
And rook h1 going after this pawn. Do you care about it? Knight d4, rook a7, and then you get an outside pass pawn.
Ooh. Yeah, I thought he had to go king g3, but yeah, he's just sagging that pawn on the king side. Knight e8 by Hikaru, rook a5. Wait, there goes the d pawn.
Great move by Grishuk. He doesn't care about h4. That's not a pass pawn for black.
And actually, if you take an h4, what about king g1? Your rook is all of a sudden trapped.
Oh my goodness, g3, king g2 to yeah, you trap the rook.
Yeah, and now you can. So he goes rook b1, but we just take on d5, and I mean Hikaru's hanging on here, but barely. King d7.
Okay, rook b5. There's knight d6. So now he's got rook c7.
Right. Is rook d5 a threefold, or can he still play it? He goes e4. Not sure about that. Rook b2 check now.
Rook b2, king after g3. No, rook d5.
Oh, he goes e5. Where do you go with the knight? Knight e8?
Does he want?
But rook b5, rook b5. That's the second pawn.
Oh, he took.
Wait, isn't Hikaru just lost here? King g3 or king? Wait, why did he go to e3?
That's a mistake, but maybe he's
just because the knight at 8 is completely dominated. G5,
e6, e6, e6.
Oh, e6. What is that winning for white?
Yeah, you can take with the knight, and then down goes g5.
And what about in e7, and you just win the knight, but
oh, e7 was like watch out.
This h pawn is very dangerous. Wait, h3. What does he want to do?
He wants rook h4, I guess.
But h2.
Oh my gosh, this is looking really scary all of a sudden. Oh, he gave it this pawn.
Wait, you just take. No, he wants that. Oh, he goes there, but b5.
Knight c6 or b5 is even better.
Rook b4.
Is knight d5 a threat? No, the king just walks away and
he walks the king on. Maybe rook a1 here to bring the rook back into the game. Yeah, because rook c1 also a good move. Don't go king e7. That hangs a rook.
Oh, good catch. That's a fork.
Maybe
h4. So
easy.
h4 rook c8 check, and you can't go king e7.
You got to go to g7. Oh,
just goes
wait,
back.
is the h1 just dropping off?
It is.
Wait, knight d5, king d3, or
king e4. Okay,
knight
lots
c7,
of pawns.
He's setting up some tricks with king e5. Yeah, takes.
Take it and king f6.
And king f6, that should be winning, right?
Yes, it definitely should be. You can push your f pawn after.
But after rook b4, how exactly? He goes knight f5.
Even better. Setting up checkmate.
He's just going for a checkmate, or just taking off that h pawn. Rook h4 should be winning, or rook b5.
King f6, knight e8. King g6. Oh, king g6.
King g6, and there's no checks.
Yeah, only
there's knight e7, but that should be leading to a winning endgame. Take, and how do we win here? Maybe just f4 and rook h1.
Oh, right? That's super nice. Yeah, the king.
Rook h8. Yeah, this is a win. This is a win for white. King e7, f5.
Yes, you got to cut the king off f5.
F5, you can still give a check, but king g7, it's just lost for black.
Yeah, because if your rook f6 is rook e8 check.
8.
That's huge.
Yeah, rook b7, but f6, and king g6.
Nice, and then there's rook e8.
And Hikaru knows it's lost. And
wow, Alexander Grishuk, that guy is unbelievable. Even when he has mere seconds on the clock, the way he was able to just come after Hikaru's weakness in that endgame, whew.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, he kept the rooks on the board. He wanted to play for a win. And at the end of at the end, the d5 pawn and the b7 weakness just became too much for Hikaru.
Yeah, just finding the b5 break, and Hikaru's playing a new game. So let me. Yeah, I'm gonna unfollow this game here. That was just a random person. That's smart, sliding into the challenge queue, just hoping that Hikaru is gonna accept. But that was a really nice win there by Grishuk. He just made problems for Hikaru that he couldn't fully solve with limited time.
Indeed, yeah, and it felt like Hikaru probably missed his chances in that rapid game. I mean, with Grishuk low on the clock and then knight trapped on a b4 square, he had his chances. But yeah, Grishuk played amazingly here in the time scramble.
Yeah, no, he played a great game, and he just kind of saw everything. He minimized his potential damage, and he went after those h pawns, right? Like he just kept going rook h1 and grabbing, and brought rook back to h4, start taking the pawns. I think that's where Hikaru sort of lost his chances. Like right here, when he gave up this h3 pawn instead of this h5 pawn, like he could have pushed his pawn to h2.
Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't go h2. I mean, it looks super annoying keeping that pawn on the board. And white doesn't have an easy way of getting rid of it. I mean, maybe f4 and knight f3, but that's kind of slow, and black should be able to do something in the meantime. Right.
So that situation looks like white is going to corral this pawn. But even if that happens, e6, if you use e6, now your pawns are disconnected, and that makes it harder to win. So really tough battle there down the stretch, but that was an important conclusion for Grishuk, the way he handled it.
Yeah, so I feel like after h2, I feel like he might have saved a draw there, with that h pawn on the board. But yeah, at the end of it all, Grishuk showed some amazing technique. I really like the move knight f5 that he played later on.
Yeah, right around here, where instead of trading the knights, which may still be winning, but you see actually, no, it's not, 0. So knight takes, he correctly calculated this would not have been a winning position, because after king f6, then this rook can even just defend this way, and there's no way to get this pawn. There's no way to push, because if you keep moving your king back, I'll keep checking you, and if your king runs away, you'll lose e6. So great recognition by Grishuk here to play, as you said, knight f5, a really nice choice to win this pawn.
Yeah, and that wraps up the quarterfinal between Hikaru Nakamura and Grishuk. But we have another very exciting matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, it's awesome in the Rapid Chess Championship, where one match ends, the next great one begins. And we know Fabiano Caruana. I don't think anyone needs introduction to him. He played for the World Chess Championship in 2018. Of course, he was a commentator for Chess.com in the last World Championship. But Fedoseev, right? This guy, we know him very well. Benjamin, we've played against him many times online, and we've seen him be the Magnus Carlsen destroyer when a few years ago, Magnus Carlsen came on Chess.com trying to take over the #1 rating spot, and Fedoseev beat him 8-7 in a 15-game match.
Damn, that's pretty impressive. I think the game is going to start any second now, but I would still have to give the edge to Fabiano Caruana. I mean, it's a rapid game. He is, one of the very best players in the world. I would say Fedoseev going for the Taimanov here.
Yeah, knight f6. There's no e5 available to queen a5 check. And yeah, this Taimanov, can be very exciting in this day and age, right? With bishop b7. That doesn't feel like a normal move that's been played.
Yeah, actually, Fabiano had a game here with black where he went queen c7, which is the main line. Knight b4.
Right, queen c7, f4, and then queen b6, right? To try to get knight e3.
Right, that's what he did against Paravian in the Swiss. But we see bishop b7 by Fedoseev, not a move I'm very familiar with. And after c4, he went knight b4. And actually, white here has a very interesting clamp on the d6 square.
Yeah. I'm looking at these pawns and I'm like, black has to be toast. And I'm looking at the eval bar and it says that it's fine for black. And I guess in modern chess, you can allow somebody what looks like a completely dominating pawn structure, because the knight on the light squares, once you play knight d6 and these pieces come off, this knight cannot be touched from d5. Later, you'll play f6 to undermine the structure. And this is actually a bad bishop.
Yeah, so we see Fabiano going for a3, but now Fedoseev can capture the pawn on c5 with a check, and after king h1, he still has no queen b6 to defend everything. And then the question is, how exactly does Fabiano proceed there? I mean, maybe a move like queen g4 followed by f5, but black is up a pawn, and white has to prove the compensation.
Yeah, although black's pawn structure is not very extended, which can be good in the long run because it's hard to get weaknesses. But as you're pointing out, f5, white controls the pawn brace, can initiate some attacks over here on the queen side. So that's what he's going for. And Fedoseev, he was prepared to this point. But as soon as a3 is played, now he's sitting and thinking, can I actually afford to take this pawn? And if he doesn't take it, where's this queen going? If you go to d4 after king h1, rook d1's like going to trap your queen. And if you go back, well, then you just allowed white to expand. And okay, great bishop you have here.
Yeah, so I think he has to take the pawn here. I mean, after queen a5, white should have some way to hang on to it. So yeah, I think he has to take in this position. Otherwise, I would think white just has a very nice advantage.
So it takes king h1, and queen b6 is in fact played. And these are the type of positions that a player like Fabiano Caruana or any top level player, they've probably analyzed quite a bit, saying that even if I'm down material, I have chances because this king on e8 will never find safety. So f5 right now makes sense. He might be thinking about throwing in b4, because if the bishop goes to e3, then you have these knight d6 check, and actually knight c4 will win material. So he starts with b4, kicking the bishop back, and then Benjamin, after f5, f6 becomes a pretty big threat.
Yeah, so I think after f5, black just has to take on f5. I mean, queen d4 doesn't really do much. We just have bishop b2, king the queen back. So I guess black just has to take, and then probably followed up by castles. And I mean, I don't really see how white is going to continue there. Maybe queen g4, but then queen d4 becomes an option again. I don't know. Wait, queen d4 hangs knight f6.
Yeah, I was about to say, can I throw knight f6 anyway? Like f5 takes, rook takes, castles. Can I play a move like knight f6 at any moment? I guess here the answer is no. But my whole point is that if we get this situation, I didn't realize my bishop's not on b2 protecting it, but I'm just trying to go after your king. So maybe bishop b2 first threatens knight to f6.
Yeah, so let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I think if he starts with a move like queen g4, black just goes g6 and make sure that f5 is not a move anymore. So I think f5 is the way to go here.
Yeah, and actually, wait, does Queen G4 run into Queen D4 right away?
Oh, actually, Queen D4 might be even better. Yeah, and then doesn't that just win on the spot for black?
Yeah, that might just drop a piece. Yeah, G7 is just one pawn. The king could probably even castle queenside, or just maybe rook to f8, and then black is winning a piece. So bishop b2 or f5 in some move order. I don't like bishop b2 because it allows queen e3. So that is not a queen trade you want.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I think f5 is the move here for Fabiano, and he goes for it. And I think Fedoshev just has to take, because if you castle here, f6 just looks like you're getting checkmated.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. And even with the uncastled king, you don't really want to allow the f6 push.
Nope, because your bishop will have to go back to f8, and then you're undeveloped, and white controls most of this board. So ef, rook f5, and then that question is, can black successfully castle and avoid getting under attack? And if the answer is yes, then you have to go for it, because what else can black do after the trade of the pawn?
Oh, wait, actually, after pawn takes f5, there's also the move knight f6 that you have to, knight d6, sorry, that you have to keep in mind. Black has to take, and then he has to move his king. I mean, I would think he can probably move the king to, let's say, d8 or f8, but it does look a little bit scary.
Yeah, and when white's down a pawn, but the still says slightly better for white, with an attack going, that means it's incredibly uncomfortable. So Fedoshev actually just made the move queen to b5 here, trying to trade queens. And don't forget about your rook over here on f1. Queen g4 will blunder that rook with checkmate. So if you're going to move your queen, it has to be to a square like f3.
Yeah, queen b5, I actually like that move. White could also consider trading the queens here, and followed up by a move like f6, because black has to take and go bishop f8. But I would think that even though black's pieces there are passive for the moment, he will be able to entangle later on.
Right. And very important, actually, if we just show that analysis board very quickly, that in a sequence like this, let's say we get here and you play bishop f8, you don't have a rook coming to c1 right away and infiltrating. Even if you did, this knight covers c7, but this knight on d5 is just the piece that saves black completely in these positions. And this rook can come to g8 and get active. So this is not what Fabiano wanted, and he was correct to do what he's doing, because he's just taking on f5. And okay, Benjamin, there has to be something here, right? This king doesn't have too many defenders.
Right, but there's also not too many attackers. I mean, if white goes knight g5, black can always just take or play a move like g6. White also has to keep in mind that he has to keep defending the rook on f1. So let's see how Fabiano will continue here. I mean, maybe bishop g5 to trade off that bishop. But I would think Fedoshev should be doing fine here.
Yeah, bishop g5 is probably the most tempting move, just trying to remove the bishop and get your knight to g5. What else comes to mind? I don't see any like calm moves. Right? If I do a rook a2, rook f2 sort of rook lift, I don't think I'm accomplishing that much. It just kind of looks funny. So yeah, I feel like something else needs to be here. Is d7 hanging? Not yet, of course, because f1 is threatened. So bishop g5 also opens up queen takes d7.
Yeah, so let's see what he goes bishop d2. All right, so now d7 is under attack potentially. Let's see what Fedoshev will do here. I mean, he could go rook 88 to defend that pawn. Yeah, I don't really see another. Maybe rook f3. Maybe Fabiano's just gonna build up the attack slowly but surely.
See, I love watching players like Fabiano make a move like bishop d2. Right, like I'm looking, of course, at bishop g5, some kind of knight f6 later, whatever. Go for checkmate. He plays this move bishop d2, and if he somehow follows this up with like an a4 or something, I'm just going to lose my mind. You're like, let me just play calmly here, make this a weakness, bring my other rook over. He won't play a4. I think it's too weakening. But it's bishop d2. What a calm choice.
Yeah, and the thing is also that bishop d2 prevents black from going a5 because we just captured that pawn, and I don't think really that really brings black much. So Fedoshev goes rook 88, just defending the pawn on d7, and he's just telling Fabiano, like, okay, where's the compensation? I like that move rook f3 that you suggested earlier, prepares rook h3, and bring the other rook to f1. But I wonder, can black get away with a move like f6, or is that too much?
Ooh. Yeah, no, that actually looks reasonable. And there's some back rank problems for white. So the variation that I would first consider, like rook f3, f6, let's bring this other rook over to f1. After f takes e5, thinking you're just going to trade rooks at f3, all that stuff. No. Queen takes f1 is a back rank checkmate. You drag the rook back, and then your own comes in. Whoop, that's mate. So be very careful about white's first rank here.
That's a nice variation indeed. So maybe after f6, Fabiano has to consider rook h3. Black has to go g6 there, and maybe rook g3. And I wonder if black takes on e5. That's why I just have to force a draw. But the move you said earlier, a4, has been played.
I am trying to be the Fabiano whisperer, but queen to c4. It looks like b4 is in trouble. He hits the queen again. Do not play queen d3, because when pieces are in line with each other, think about what happens when the piece in between gets out the way, and that would be check. So queen d4, Benjamin. This is the queen. It's not getting trapped or anything like that, but it still feels vulnerable to threats in various positions.
True, but it does put some pressure on opponent e5, and maybe now f6 does come with a little bit more, of a threat, because queen takes c5 comes into the position. So I don't know. I don't quite see it for Fabiano. And it's also important to point out that Fabiano's dropped below 5 minutes on the clock, and Fedaseva still has 7 minutes on his clock.
I have an idea for you. What if I play bishop c3? I know I'm going to lose a pawn over here, but I'm trying to drag my other rook into the game. And he plays rook to d1, just trying to take advantage of the queen's placement. But I was thinking, if you took on c3, I understand that the immediate eval is sky high for black, but just bring another piece into the attack. See, this is my problem, right? I'm so singularly focused on the checkmate that I'll speculate, oh, Fabiano might think about this thing. And then he does it, but I'm still on that other page of like, let me just go for a checkmate.
Right. So yeah, we see rook c to d1 by Fabiano. I wonder can f6 be a move here for black, or do you think it's going to run into some sort of discovery?
Bishop g5, is that no? Because
well, then queen e5.
Then I take and your bishop. Oh,
right.
It's a knight on d5. Yeah. This knight's doing everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was like, whoa, I'm going to get your bishop at the end. Nope. So f6. Is chess that simple? Is there bishop c3 there? Something like that.
Right. There is, but maybe just queen c4 or queen e3. I don't know.
Yeah, f6. What a big move this could be here. Because if you just start trading pieces, then black is very happy. So yeah, f6, bishop c3, the queen just moves away, and you have f6 covered enough times.
Right. He could also, of course, move the queen out of the way to, let's say, b2. Keeping that idea of f6 in a position. Let's see where he's going to go. I mean, rook b1 would be annoying there, but maybe then you go to a2.
You just keep running away. Yeah.
Right. So I think it hinges on whether f6 is a move here or not, but I don't really see an immediate, knockout for white there.
Yeah, no, Fedaseva certainly calculating this move because, he's very passive for the most part. Except for his queen and knight in the center, he just doesn't have that much space. So if he can remove white's best pawn that's restricting his pieces, open up his rook along the f file, already threaten a pawn in the center, that looks like a very, very good try.
Yeah, what's actually interesting to point out is that there's a lot of players who love sacrificing material, but I feel like Fedaseva is the type of guy who likes taking material. In the last round yesterday, to the decisive last round to qualify to the knockout, he actually captured a piece, defended perfectly, and won the game. So that's also very impressive. He goes g6, and Fabiano drops back to f3. I guess if he takes an e5 to Will's bishop h6, but he goes for f5.
Most people would be worried about their king after these pawn pushes, but now the knight's under attack. If the knight moves, you can probably just grab e5. But is that a pawn you want to take? Because it opens up the e file, it opens up this diagonal. So I'm wondering, can I make some kind of knight move that's not taking en passant and just try to play for some of these vulnerable squares?
Yeah, so yeah, I would think you do want to take the pawn on e5 because it brings the queen closer to the king side. And yeah, if Fabiano takes now on f6, how do we recapture? I guess with the bishop.
It's a tough call because I'm still seeing all these discoveries here in bishop h6 ideas. So maybe after e takes, you have to take with the knight just to put pressure on this e4 knight over here.
Right, and then after queen b3, is queen b3 check a move there, or do we just go like queen d5?
Oh my gosh, but like it's really close. I think there is queen d5, but that shouldn't be that bad. So if we actually so instead of making everybody think out loud, or sorry, visualize their head, queen d5, I was wondering if we get a position like this and just like trade queens here. I have a 2-on-1 on the outside of the board. You have an extra pawn, but it's doubled in the center.
Indeed. So I would think black has some winning chances there, but white should be able to hold. Fabiano is still thinking in the current position. He has three, or goes knight to c3.
Yeah. Kind of figured that's the move he was going to play because it just keeps Black's choices difficult. Yes, the eval bar is saying Black is slightly better, but Black is up one pawn. Potentially could take another pawn, and yet it's only 0.6. That means that the position is really complicated.
Right, yeah. So I guess if queen takes a5, there's rook fe1, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop on e7. And white should still have plenty of tactical possibilities there. Also, another quick note I wanted to make is that Hikaru right now is playing bullet chess on chess.com. I don't know if he's a little bit tilted after that last match against Grishuk and he just wants to, shake it off.
Well, the best way to shake it off is either by listening to Taylor Swift or playing bullet chess, or maybe both at the same time. So, Hikaru, he'll be back as he is every single week that he plays in the Rapid Chess Championship. But today, not his day. Grishuk put up a great fight and beat him. But right here, Fedoseev is going to need to dig deep and put up a good fight because this king on g8, it just still feels vulnerable. There are discoveries in the center. It feels like Black could just blunder the entire game in one move, whereas White, if he's not precise, then he'll be worse because he's already down a pawn.
Yeah, so let's see what Fedoseev is going to do here. I mean, knight takes b4 runs the bishop h6. So we see him trading on c4. I like the move queen c4, keeping an eye on the pawn on b4. So what is Fabiano going to do here? I mean, if rook d4, you drop your queen back to e6, and that does look very solid.
Right. And what White really wants is an open diagonal, but the only way to do that is by giving up a pawn. So rook d4, queen e6, as you mentioned. Maybe there's like rook d1 and White can kind of sit on the position or something like that.
Yeah, so rook d4 played by Fabiano. I guess queen e6 looks very, very natural here.
Yep.
And then how is White going to continue? Maybe just rook fd1 and keep the position as is. Because queen takes e5 probably runs into rook d7, right? So that's not what you want to do.
I'm really tempted. Not my piece is to sack, take with the rook, and play e6 at some point. But I know it's not advisable, especially with back rank problems. But that's what I'm looking at. Can I at some point try to strike with e6?
But you see Fabiano going b5, maybe h3 was also a move to prepare all those sorts of ideas and make sure you can never get back rank checkmated. And now the question is, what should Big Fish do? Should he trade on b5 or actually bishop a5? That's a very nice idea.
Yeah, there's like so many different things happening, and if the pawn moves, there's a queen b7 comes with bishop c5, a great multi-purpose move, defending d7 another time. If bishop a5 ever comes, he's bishop b6. So I really like that move by Fedoseev, and he goes rook c8 now, just defending this pawn a bunch of times and getting out of a pin.
Yeah, so let's see what Fabiano will do here. I think a move like h3 always makes sense, make sure, and it's on the board.
Yeah,
make sure he has that look for his king.
And Black is up a pawn, but it doesn't totally feel like it because the extra pawn on f5, I mean, yeah, you can push it to f4, you might overextend it. I'm still a bit concerned about this king. The king on h1 feels safe, but at any moment there could be this rook d6 just trying to rip open the diagonal, and if the queen can line up after it,
Yeah, so bishop d4 by Fabiano, hitting the pawn on a7. Yeah, I feel like c5 is a move here for Black, but that c pawn isn't really going anywhere. But yeah, how else do you defend a pawn on a7?
Yeah, rook a8 doesn't look very good, but c5, just opening up this diagonal for the queen doesn't look great. So he takes here. And what play by Fedoseev. Every single decision has been with purpose and accurate, and he's holding all of his squares together right now.
Yeah, I like the move rook b8. I feel like if White takes on a7, then the position simplifies for Black. So rook b3 was played on d6. I don't know. That does open up the diagonal, and he now always has to be careful of tricks.
Yeah, like bishop a1, queen c3 already looks scary, but watch out for White's king as well. There's no access to h2. So a move like rook to e8 already threatens queen to e1.
Right, so we see bishop e2 by Fabiano preparing the move queen to c3. And if you go bishop e5, then, rook e1 is a problem. So how do you deal with this?
It looks worrisome for sure. And Fedoseev, he's going to sit and think, and he could bring his bishop back to g7 at any point, and that rook on f7 is perfectly placed, defending the a7 pawn and defending g7. So Fedoseev, once again, finds an excellent retreating move.
Yeah, I like bishop f8. The bishop can go to g7 any moment now. And yeah, it does feel like Fabiano is just down a pawn in this position. I mean, rook e3 just runs into queen c4, I would think. And how do you defend the pawn on b5?
don't. I'm trying to figure out a way to, and I'm not quite seeing it. And bishop g7 is going to trade off the bishops, or at least protect the king. So I love the way Fedoseev is handling this game right now. He's outplaying Fabiano.
Yeah, he's also up a minute on the clock here. And yeah, it looks tough for Fabiano. I mean, if the pawn on b5 drops off, then black should be technically winning, I would think, if he avoids any sort of tactics. So yeah, I don't see for Fabiano. I mean, how does he defend the pawn on b5?
Maybe it's bishop e5 and rook d8, just tying black down in every direction. This pawn, it could be important in endgame, but with the queens and the rooks on the board, this king could be in trouble on g8.
Yeah, and notice that, white's king on h1 or potentially h2 is sitting very safe because the bishop controls the diagonal. So I don't know if taking that pawn on b5 is what black should do here, because as you mentioned, rook d8 does look very tricky for black.
Yeah, rook d8 just pinning, and you need to get this queen involved somehow, but that doesn't seem that easy either. And I'm also starting to wonder, can you go rook b5 and take on e5? It probably gives white all the winning chances, but maybe it helps the black king feel safer. But with this rook on d8, I still don't think you're going to feel safe.
Right, so he does take on b5, rook d8, instantly played by Fabiano. And I don't think there is a tactic for black. I was thinking if someone like queen c1, king h2, rook takes e5, and queen c7 could work, but I guess after queen d5, white holds everything together because your bishop on f8 is pinned. Right,
bishop is pinned, rook is pinned. You could put king g7 at the end of that, and it's a mess, but it's one of those things you have to be absolutely sure about to do as black, because the attack might continue as for white, and you're down some material. I guess it's a rook for bishop and 2 pawns. So not really down material, but it's an imbalance, and the side with the safer king is usually the happy side. By the way, Benjamin, I see 2 bars of connection for Fedoseev. So with both players getting near a minute, that could be a problem for him.
Right, that is a little bit scary. F4 and rook e1 does not seem to be the move for Fabiano. I know that Fedoseev, he's playing the open tournament in Sharjah, so he's probably playing from the hotel there. And, hotel Wi-Fi could sometimes fill you rook b3, and all of a sudden, maybe Fedoseev is launching his own attack. If the queen moves f3 now?
F3 looks huge because this bishop on f8 is defended. And
f2 is also a big threat. They would just win the game.
Fedoseev,
wait, how?
He's crushing him.
How is Fabiano defending here?
He's not. And queen h4 is another threat. Like if you ever take on f3, the queen on h4 hits this rook, hits that rook, hits h3 all at once. And yeah, this is just collapsing.
Yeah, can you go bishop d6 here, or does that just lose on the spot is what I wonder. I guess you take on g2, and if you recapture with the king, there should be some sort of checkmating attack with queen c2. Yeah, and if you go king h2, maybe g1 queen is the way to go. Okay. It takes the queen, but that does not look like the way for white.
No, because this king, it's not in that much danger, and you can even bring more pieces.
Yeah, what about queen h4? What about queen h4? You hit the rook on the 8 and you threaten rook takes h3. And the rook on e1.
Is there, and if there's, after queen h4, rook e8, rook takes h3, king g1, there's like a queen d4. Yeah, that's
that's just checkmate.
It's checkmate.
But there is bishop h2, rook takes h2, and rook f1. The queen h4 is not just winning the game for black.
Yes.
Evil bars all the way down. I don't see it for white.
25 seconds left, but queen h4 decides this game here. Fedoseev has been playing like an absolute beast, and he plays rook f3, just defending it.
Does keep Fabiano in the game for now. Let's see how he will try to fight on here.
If you go rook e8 or queen f1 check, just trading everything off.
Yeah, you could trade everything off. I wonder if there's anything better for black, but I don't see it right away. Wait, could you go check and rook f2?
So he takes an f8 here, because if he takes, he's going to take on f3, but then rook takes d8, and there are no more checks.
Yeah, and black is up 2 pawns and could trade the queens for queen d5 very quickly. Rook is rook e7.
I think you have to play it.
Rook a1 played by Fabiano.
And is he trying for some kind of take here? I don't think he can get away with this queen f1, queen f2. So queen d4, Fedoseev, just centralization. The guy's playing just magnificently.
Yeah, queen b3 check by Fabiano, but king g7. And after queen b7, there's just rook d7 and you defend everything. So rook b1 by Fabiano, rook d7. Make sure everything is protected. King h2. There should be something. Rook d2 now?
Yeah, there's only one check and the king runs to h6, so.
Okay. He's moving the queen back and forth. Maybe just rook d2. How do you, or a5 also looks good enough.
I've been looking at rook d2 this whole. Okay, now rook d2 may have a few more
Queen
drawbacks.
d4. Fabiano doesn't want to allow the queen trade.
Right.
Rook
Rook d2.
d2. Rook d2. Isn't that just checkmate?
Yeah. I think he's too nervous to bring his rook into the game.
Right, but he has 24 seconds. That is, quite a bit of time to figure it out. I would think queen g5, king of 1.
Fedoseev, he's playing so well earlier. Now it doesn't quite fit. Watch out for checkmate. Don't get checkmate.
Oh, wait. That's a little bit scary. Yeah, queen e7, maybe, just to defend.
Okay, queen d6, similar idea. Can white waste a turn somehow? I don't see a good way to do that.
Well, I would like to give a check on that long diagonal, but I don't see how to do it. So rook c5. I like that move. Rook is coming to g5. King h6. The king is completely safe there.
Very nicely done now. Rook g5.
Okay, rook g5 looks huge.
Oh,
Queen d5 also good enough.
That's that good old school Russian technique there.
Indeed. Yeah, and now he should be able to win this endgame, just slowly but surely push up the board. But it's not over just yet. You rook b5. Okay, maybe just h6 is the move I would play.
And then you bring the king around.
g6.
So at some point, this king is just going to go this way.
Or h5. The thing is, the rook on d5 defends everything. So you can just bring your king over to the queen side and it should be winning. King d5, king d6.
And what Fabiano is going to try to do is bring exactly, and he's going to start trying to attack the pawns from all over the place. But this king is too fast.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Rook d4.
Don't blunder your rook. Don't blunder a rook. King f5.
King e3. You have to keep or king f5.
G4. Yeah.
G4. Yeah. This should be a win because h4 you have to try, but g3 should be winning for black.
And if rook g8 is rook g4.
Rook g4 just ends the game on the spot. Yeah.
And that's it right here.
Rook g4 is that game.
It looks game and finds it.
Yeah. Yeah, so Fedoseev is going to knock out Fabiano Caruana. Not a big upset.
Yeah, no, I mean, what a game by him. Ever since the beginning of that game, we were talking about he had an extra pawn, but his king wasn't quite finding safety. And Fedoseev had all the perfect moves, g6 and f5. Then he brought bishop back to d6 and bishop back to f8, all that kind of stuff. I love the way he handled that game. That was really some excellent stuff against one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, no, he played amazing. He captured a pawn in the opening, but he defended perfectly, guarded all of Fabiano's threats, and then captured another pawn and, yeah, really smoothly converted his advantage.
So that means that Vladimir Fedoseev, he moves on to face his compatriot, Alexander Grishuk. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Raunak Sedwani, the 1C. We can't forget about him. He started the day first, and now he gets his second match. He'll take on Daniil Dubov. So two great semifinal matches ahead. We're going to take a short break. And when we return, it is Sedwani, Dubov here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Yes, it's an easy draw at this point.
Oh, no,
Endgame!
Why did he trade rooks?
Oh my god! And this is key.
F6.
F6. This is Dvoretsky's endgame manual. F6,
And
not F5.
Brandon knows it.
He does.
And Arseni's going to lose.
King F3 right now.
F3 and F5. Now it's easy. F5 and F4.
Wow.
Exquisite play on the end game by Brandon Jacobson. That is a backbreaker and a heartbreaker. And what doesn't it break?
You broke my ability to speak.
But Arseni, he's got to know, even if he doesn't know that this endgame is winning, to give the Black King positioning over the White King, it's unnecessary.
We're here at the Rapid Chess Championship, but let's not forget about the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, which continues Friday, June 3rd, 4:30 a.m. Pacific time. International Master Elena Kashlinskaya takes on International Master Lawrence Trent. Well, we are here in the RCC, and we have top seed for this week, Raunak Sidwani. He plays 4 seed Daniil Dubov. Benjamin, we've had some fun chess thus far. It's been a while since we've tuned into a Raunak Sidwani game, but he led the day with the victory over Christopher Yu. He played the white side of a French, and he was able to get a better position, squeeze it out to the end, and now his reward is to face the always creative Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, great win by Raunak Sidwani in the quarterfinals, but in this matchup, I do have to give the edge to Daniil Dubov. As we mentioned before, he's a former world rapid champion. He will be starting off with the black pieces, so that is a bit of a disadvantage, but he showed that he can handle himself very well in that match against Laquan Liam. But what do you think, Robert?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that Sadwani played, but I don't think we'll see another French defense. And that was kind of a one-sided, you're playing for 2 results game. We are seeing E5 out of Dubov, so maybe we will see some kind of quieter position. I just feel like, yeah, you're right, that Dubov has to have the edge, being the former world rapid champion.
Yeah, so we have knight of 6 by Dubov inviting the fried liver, but Raunak does not want any of it. He goes d3, bishop e7 by Dubov, which is a bit interesting. Usually they develop the bishop to the c5 square, and we're seeing early knight c3 by Raunak. Do you think he's going for knight d5 here?
At some point, he's definitely looking at it, and now some queenside expansion. And without the bishop on c5, c3, b4 doesn't make quite as much sense because you're not kicking the bishop away. So Dubov playing a solid but passive position. Raunak plays h3. Does that mean he'll play g4? Probably not. He's just taking away bishop g4 from black. So this seems just kind of fine. And the players, they'll get settled in here. I think that while they do that, we can show you a clip filmed with Raunak Sidwani just after his first match.
All right, Spenny Thompson here with Chess.com. Raunak, first of all, congratulations on a great game. Quick question: when you were up on the clock by a few minutes and your opponent was getting down to 20, 30 seconds, were you consciously applying more pressure, or were you just trying to play your best game?
Yeah, I was trying to apply some pressure, but also at the same time, I was trying to keep up the position because I had a very pleasant position.
Nice, nice. Yeah, you definitely did. It was a beautiful execution. Now we have some very experienced veterans you could be coming up against in this knockout stage. Tell me, who are you least looking forward to facing?
Obviously, Nakamura.
Yeah, he's a beast. All right. Well, we'll bring it back to Benjamin and Robert for the rest of the playing, and have a good day. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, good news for him is even if he wins this game, makes the final, Hikaru is no longer in the field. So Raunak, he applied that pressure on the board and the clock to great success. And now he's trying to do the same against Daniil Dubov in the semis.
Yeah, indeed. And with Hikaru already out of the field, it could be really anyone's RCC for taking here. I like Raunak's position out of the opening. I mean, look at Black's bishop on e7. How is Dubov ever going to activate it? He has all of his pawns on the dark squares. And yeah, I don't really see any active plans here for Black whatsoever.
No, this bishop would like to be out in c5. It obviously can't get there. And double pawns are not always bad. Look at the control. Oh, I flipped the board. I was trying to highlight something, but look at the control of these pawns here. You have d5. That's all you. And Black has just no real active play. There are no pawn pushes, no pawn breaks, no f5s even. So I think that Raunak can just kind of sit on the position and try to figure out how to optimize his piece placement. And Black may just have to shuffle.
Indeed, and we also see Raunak playing very quickly once again. He moves with his knight to d5. Sometimes there could be, I don't see any tactics right away, but if the knight were to move, like let's say Black goes knight df6, I wonder if knight takes e5 is an option.
Oh, because you're looking at his bishop being loose on e7. Of course, while the knight remains on d7, you can't get away with it, but that's something that Black will have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, so let's see how Raunak will continue here. Maybe he wants to maneuver his knight from f3. Let's say something like knight h2 to f1 to e3 to get more control over the d5 square. But yeah, I think Dubov is just sitting for the moment. I mean, White's position looks very pleasant, right? But how do we ever break through?
That's the thing that Raunak needs to prove, because aesthetically, you're right. It's just great for White. Black can never play a c-pawn move because d6 will be hanging. And so I like this, though. So what Raunak just showed everybody is that when you're the side with more space, you typically want more pieces on the board because these knights are fighting for the same squares. This bishop was staring into the knight. So yeah, knight takes d5 undoubles White's pawns, but it also gives more space for the remaining Black pieces. And I wonder if there's some universe where f5 becomes an idea, but it just doesn't feel like that's helpful. It gives White the light squares.
Yeah, I agree. So maybe because that, like putting the knight on e3 is a good idea because it stops Black from ever going f5. We see Dubov going knight g5. A good idea. Once again, he wants to go for trades. So let's see. Now Raunak does go knight e5 again.
Yeah, if he moved the knight away from f3, this knight would just go to e6 and maybe to d4. So a knight d5, if knight takes, queen takes, oh, this bishop is not good. So he instead plays knight e6, and maybe there's bishop g5, Benjamin.
Yeah, bishop g5 makes a lot of sense as well. Yeah, it's difficult here to come up with a plan for White. I feel like the players are just maneuvering back and forth. And yeah, so we see queen c3 by Raunak. How do you feel Dubov is going to continue here?
Well, I think he's not going to blunder a pawn on e5 because that's the current threat, is that with e5 covered, let's just make a random move so I can show that sequence, that knight takes e5, knight takes e5. What is here after queen takes e5?
Right, yeah, here he just blunders a piece, but the evil bar went down for a second. So there was queen f6.
Yeah, see, that's one of those things where like, I got you, and then you're like, okay, I got myself. I'm too clever for my own good. Queen is loose.
Well, but I wonder if maybe you can turn him. Oh, wait, if you go knight takes c5 first, there might be bishop f6.
If you try to change the move order, like, okay, so here, if you're knight e5, well, I guess now everything's defended on e7, so it's a moot point.
Right, and maybe Dubov is preparing to move bishop f8 to make sure that knight takes c7 is never an option. I don't know. I feel like Raunak still has a very comfortable position, but I don't really see a plan, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't either. And before, I was saying you don't play a c-pawn move because d6 becomes a target. But if bishop goes to f8, then you could consider moves like c6 or c5 just to get this knight into d4. Well, now the knight moved away, you can already consider knight to d4.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier how that bishop on e7 doesn't have any future whatsoever. But black could go bishop f8, followed by g6, h5, and then bring it back to the h6 square to activate it through that diagonal.
Right. Oh, that's a good way to improve the piece. You could also go to g5 right now if you so choose, but it's not staring at anything in particular. It just at least has more vision. And so the knight comes to f6. Dubov trying to trade knights potentially, also making knight g4 not quite as nice looking. You have to watch out for the trades. Could be beneficial for white, but you need to calculate rather than just assume. So Benjamin, I'm looking at this game. Raonic goes back to f3. I don't really see him making progress. And if these players do ultimately settle for the half point, then we get to a blitz game where Dubov is white.
Yeah, I feel like in the blitz, Dubov should be quite a favorite. As you mentioned, he has the white pieces. So I feel like Raonic's got to try here. He is also up a minute on the clock, but it seems like he's unsure of what to do.
Yeah, we see this knight coming back and forth here, and this knight has been doing the same. So he has no easy progress to spot. So he could just keep on the repeating, and Dubov will happily accept that draw.
Yeah, I think so too. It looked like a tough game for Dubov earlier on where he didn't really have any active play. But yeah, Raonic doesn't seem sure as to how to continue. Maybe I guess knight f3, knight d7 is already a threefold, right?
Yes, it is. This would be a draw on the spot. So Dubov now gets to decide, do I want to make this draw?
Right.
I would.
So let's see what he will do. I mean, knight takes e5 is a, although yeah, it probably is, right? Knight takes e5 is a threat. Yep. So that needs to be addressed one way or another.
I just feel like if this game continues, that only black can end up being worse. I just feel like it's so much easier to go wrong from the black side of this position. Maybe there's some kind of bishop f8, and that looks kind of interesting. And I'm still worried about the queen and the rook being on the same line. But no, Dubov, he's had enough of this position.
Yeah, the thing is also in these types of situations is that if you want to play on, you should play on quickly, because otherwise you just end up wasting too much time. So he decides like, okay, I just take the draw and, we move on to blitz.
And here we go. So look at the ratings. Dubov 3008, Raonic 2970. So clear edge for Dubov. Very close though. And Raonic has so much experience. And of course, a good old Cadwin.
Indeed. And here we see Raonic taking the pawn on c4, bishop g2, and bishop b4. This could transpose to the game that Dubov had earlier with a5, castles. I think we will just see the same thing.
And Raonic
is the main move.
He watches broadcasts, right? I know for a fact that throughout his blossoming career, he loves watching commentary. He just loves chess. So for a fact he was watching the earlier game. Although now he's thinking. So plays b5 this early, and that's apparently not the best move.
I don't know if b5 is the move. If white goes a4 here, how do you there's no wait, a4, black's in trouble, because if you go c6, we take.
Oh,
and if you're captured as bishop takes b4.
Right. This rook is loose here, but after a4, c6, ab, this bishop takes d2, but then white gets to get easier development and didn't have to move this bishop again and then play knight c3. So a4, immediate strike. And
yeah, so here there's two options. You could take with the, if you take with the queen, there's c6, and this transposes into one of the middles, but knight takes. You would have to go rook a7, but is that really an option for black?
So bad, right?
Yeah.
He takes that way. And yeah, rook a7, a b5, queen takes d4 happening, and his d4 pawn is loose, but you're collapsing all of black's queen side.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for Raonic. So let's see how Dubov will continue here. I mean, maybe you move queen a4 or queen to c2. And yeah, he goes knight a3. Also a nice move.
Yeah, this is just really, really bad. So Raonic, I guess, didn't quite get to study this line as deeply as he would have liked, because his queen side's in trouble. His pieces haven't moved, and this is just not good.
All right, so let's see, knight a3 on the board. I mean, I guess Raonic just has a castle here. Knight d takes c4, and then maybe queen a5, queen c5, but it does look very, very uncomfortable for black.
Yeah, this is I guess it's not like game over is that clear because what's the material count right now, right? It's even now. So it's plus 2.2, but it's not like you're just up 2 pawns and then going to push them forward. You need to prove this advantage, even though it looks great for white.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that the evil bar is so high. We see queen c5 by Raunak. Maybe just queen a4 by Dubov followed by rook to c1. Makes a lot of sense. But I mean, then black always has the option of going queen b4 later on. Queen d2 by Dubov. So I guess queen b4, maybe we just take a knight c2.
Although once the rooks get traded, maybe I can play bishop d7 and go after this b5 pawn. But this is the problem, is these pieces can't really get out. This one pawn here is such a nuisance for your knight, and then your pieces are sharing the d7 square.
Right, he goes bishop b7. Now Dubov could just trade on b7 and take the a5 pawn. That should be very, very pleasant. But I mean, the extra pawn he has is a double pawn. So it's not the end of the world, right? Just yet for Raunak, but it does look quite problematic.
Yeah, you can just steal that pawn and try to run away with it. There is a tactical line that I was just noticing, so I'll show it very quickly. If bishop takes knight a5, rook a7, you want to bring this rook over to c1, but there might even be queen takes f2 check. I guess it doesn't work out, but I was just looking at a sequence like this where now your knight is loose over here on a5, but I guess c7 hangs at the end, which is why it doesn't help white at all. Black at all, excuse me.
Yeah, so rook f1 might actually be a very nice move here for Dubov. Let's see whether it's going for it. He goes rook ac1. All right, so queen h5 by Raunak. He's going for tricks. Maybe just f3 for Dubov, making sure that knight g4 is never in a position. He goes knight c6. And I guess you take.
He allows knight g4, but then he'll play h4, and there's no g5. That's very important. The queen covers the square.
Yeah, now c7 is always super weak. He's ready to go rook fc1 on the next move. And it's going to be really tough for Raunak to hang on to that pawn.
Yeah, he can get his knight to d5, and then white gets to kick it away with e4. So this is very unpleasant. Oh.
Right, he goes queen h3, preparing knight g4. Maybe now Dubov has to spend a move on f3. Maybe e5 here for Raunak, trying to, like, at least he can bring his queen back or go e4, but it doesn't really open up the white king.
So it was h5. Oh, and if you play g4, is there a sack coming here?
I mean, I doubt it. Queen d4 by Dubov looks very solid. You're also hitting the rook on a7. I like this move a lot.
So that's not a move you really want. But I was thinking rook a8 and then rook a4 over there. But wait, that was a big mistake somehow.
But why? Why is this not a good 95?
No,
okay, but
95.
e4? Wait, what did he have?
Maybe back in e5 there. Because if queen takes, there was rook e8 and rook takes e2.
Oh, and there black does get pretty serious counterplay.
Yeah, I think
so
that was a mischance.
Yeah, but here e4 looks really good for Dubov. I wonder what he's calculating. Maybe, I mean, h4, you just take the knight, and if h takes g3, he goes queen h4, which should also be good. He's forcing the queen trade.
But it's not ideal, apparently. Oh,
queen f5, but doesn't this run into e4? Wait, how does this not?
Takes.
Or queen f3 takes, queen h3?
King here, check. King h3. I think you're barely escaping over there.
Right, but I mean, if it works, it wins the game for white. So Dubov must be looking at it.
Yeah, he's 100% calculating it, but he has 20 seconds left, so he needs to make up his mind quickly. He goes queen e4.
He goes queen e4 back, queen h3. Okay, maybe now e4.
It's really strong. There's rook c5.
He goes rook c5. He seems a little unsure.
Yeah.
Okay, how can Raunak create counterplay here is the big question.
h4 just queen takes, unfortunately, for Raunak.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I quite see it. It's okay. Rook a8 makes sense, but what about e4 now? Queen h4 by Dubov. Queen f5.
He's still looking at the same thing. So if Dubov didn't do it the first time, I doubt he's going to do it now that the rook came over to a8.
Right. Queen d4, play queen h3. Maybe just e4. Okay, knight has to move now. I guess to f6. Take the pawn on c7. Queen f2.
I guess he just didn't want to allow h4, but that pawn on c7, it's been hanging for a while.
Right, yeah. Okay, knight e8 by Raunak is hanging on to the pawn. Nice move, queen g2. Okay, now he forces the queen trade.
And
this should...
what happens if we get a rook b8 and knight d6? So white will be up a pawn. I'm just wondering what happens in that endgame.
Yeah, h4 and Dubov just took it. So 96. It's a very good question. Yeah, because if black takes everything, white is forced to go rook c2 back and then is very passive. Maybe black just puts the rook on b3 and goes like king h7, king g6 to h5.
Yeah,
and black should have pretty decent drawing chances there.
Your point is such a good one. Rook b3 is really important because once you get this rook, and you don't have to rush the decision, but the king can't get all the way over because rook b3 starts hitting the king side pawns.
Right, I like rook b3 now because if you go king g7, maybe white can go king e3, rook b3, king d4, and if you take b4, that pawn does start running pretty quickly. But he goes to e5. I like that move. He's fixing the f3 pawn.
And maybe Dubov will jettison the pawn with h5 and king h4, but that's why this king went up very quickly. Now rook b4, maybe f5 check is available. So I think that Raunak is holding on here.
Yeah, Raunak should hold this position, or maybe f5 right away. Because after it takes rook b4 check intermezzo. I don't like king g7 back. I don't know why he did that. Okay, Raunik's just waiting, but king h6.
I think he doesn't want to bring his king up to h5 ever.
f5, f5 now, f5.
Oh, and if takes rook b4.
Right, yeah. Okay, he goes rook b4 first. He could still go f5. Goes king g7.
I think he believes in his fortress, so he's like, I don't want to touch anything.
But rook d5, this is a tricky move, because if you take on b2, okay, king of 6 played.
Wow. Just
e7.
Nicely done.
Right.
Just rook b3.
Yeah, rook b3, I would think, or f5. That should also be fine, but you have to be a little bit careful because white has those doubled h pawns. Right, so if you could somehow win the e pawn there, I think white has pretty decent winning chances. Rook e2, they're just shuffling back and forth.
I think when the king's on f6, well, now h5 was a
maybe
threat.
but then f5, h5, f5.
Yeah, but when the king was on f6 for black, he had
f5, f5, that should be an immediate draw, right?
f5. Oh, he misses it. Now
he's king f5, king f5.
He just lost.
Rook f2, rook f2.
Just defend, take this pawn.
And king f6, and you're completely dominated. H4,
he wants
tricky.
This. Yeah, good.
H3,
king h5,
passing the move, but yeah, king h5. I guess you have to try. King f5, king h6 back. But now h4 is also weak.
Right, because this king can just walk back, is what you're saying.
And Veronica, only 2 seconds. King g4 should be win. I think king h5. Rook b3. Wait, and isn't this a threefold?
I think it's a threefold. So that's why he goes rook f5.
Rook f5.
You take and watch out for rook h2. Oh my gosh, rook h2.
King rook h2 here, yeah, but rook rook h3.
What's king h6?
Rook h1. Wait, what was king? Was that a mouse slip?
I think that had to be a mouse slip. What in the world is king h6? Oh my god!
But h3. How do you stop the pawn?
He's gonna lose.
Rook f4, rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5 and goes to h5. Oh my goodness.
But if you go h2 here, isn't it just a draw? Rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1 is perfect. Or rook g6. I guess also watch out for this one little check.
But king g7. Yeah. It's over. Dubov's gonna lose. King g7. It's game over.
This is
insane. H2, rook g1. It's over. King h6.
Yeah, he's gonna go rook b8. Okay.
And rook g1. Rook g1. It's over.
It's done.
Incredible. H1, just h1.
How did that happen? The mouse slip.
I guess he mouse slipped because he wanted to go king e5.
And we're used to that from Raunak, that double fist bump there. But we have to go back to this moment here because this is a mouse slip that he, of course, was trying to take this one. He already let most of his advantage slip away. But if he was able to, after rook h2, if a king takes e5, instead of king e6 and waste the turn, then black doesn't have all this stuff because rook g3, amongst other moves, is like king f4, and your king's already very close. Your rook can come back, your rook can go this way and defend. But when he went king e6, now all of a sudden he takes an h3 and he's lost because this pawn is too fast.
Yeah, very unfortunate mouse slip by Dubov, but Raunak defended very, very resourcefully. It looked like he was going to lose the game on many moments, but in that rooking game, he kept on defining every last resource in the position, and eventually he managed to swindle out a win.
And that shows that bullet skill, because when you're down to your final seconds, you need to figure out what's the trickiest variation, what keeps me afloat. He didn't just stay afloat. He, in fact, won the game. So Raunak Sidwani makes today's final in week 16 of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase continues after this short break.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
We're back here at the Week 16 KO, the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Benjamin Bach and I, Robert Hess, we have the call for the next matchup between Alexander Grishuk and Vladimir Fedoseev. And Fedoseev actually gets the white pieces despite being the 6th seed because Grishuk, the 7th seed, upset Hikaru Nakamura. So Benjamin, as we get into that matchup, what do you expect from these two superstars?
Yeah, I really don't know who's the favorite in this one. I probably give the slight edge to Fedoseev. He played an amazing game against Fabiano Caruana to move on to the semifinals. But of course, Grishuk also really held himself really well against Hikaru Nakamura. What are your thoughts, Robert?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, so I asked you first. I think that Fedoseev, one of his major claims to fame was he made the semifinals at the World Cup in 2021. He ended up losing his semifinal matchup and then lost in the consolation match to Magnus Carlsen. So he's made his way deep into brackets before. Now he gets the white pieces. I also like Fedoseev. I think he's just that skilled. And I think that in the quicker parts of the game, I think he just has that bullet experience. So we'll see how this opening goes here.
Yeah, he really got nerves of steel. Also, I remember in the 2017 World Cup, he made it all the way to the quarterfinals. And we see Grishuk here going for this move c5, which could lead to the semi-Tarrasch. But there's also a new way of playing after pawn takes d5. Very trendy here is to go c takes d4, which is what Grishuk does.
You knew it was coming. Grishuk goes with it because instead of knight takes d5, which allows the semi-Tarrasch, he takes on d4. Now things get a bit complicated if the queen is dragged out. Once this pawn captures, knight c6 hits that queen there. So oftentimes we see the move e4 played in these positions. But while the players are sitting and thinking, we are going to catch up with Vladimir Fedoseev, who after beating Fabiano Caruana, talked with our correspondent, Spenny Thompson.
Now, between the Saturday format and the Sunday format, one with increment and one without, which one do you prefer?
Of course, with increment, because in this case, there is no flagging. And basically, all services force you to flag dirty many times. And it's part of a strategy in 10+0. And here it's not possible to flag anyone, and you can just enjoy very quick but still rapid game. It's not a blitz one.
Right. All right, well, we'll bring it back to Robert and Benjamin in the studio for more coverage of the Rapid Chess Championship.
And the difference between the Swiss and the knockout, the increment here on Sundays, and both players in this game are probably going to have to use that increment because, Benjamin, look at this, the c7, d6 squares, things are heating up already, and being forced to play e5 that covers those dark squares, but it may compromise the light squares.
Indeed, yeah. So e5 played by Grishik. I wonder where. Okay, bishop e3. He's actually attacking the pawn here on a7. And I guess if black goes a6, we just go knight d6 check, and we get the bishop pair. And white should have quite a pleasant advantage there, I would think.
Looks really nice for white. So everything you could ask for from the opening. Black not fully developed. If you get the bishop pair and play on both sides of the board, you're very happy. So at this moment, a7 is under attack. I wonder if you can try to ignore it, but even there, knight d6 check still feels appealing.
Indeed, yeah, maybe someone like bishop b4, knight d6, king e7 could be considered, because if you take on c, you bring your rook out into the game, and black gets a lot of active play very quickly. But perhaps white has another option there after bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4. Maybe we can steal the pawn. I don't know. I'm kind of worried that if the rook takes and b6 happens, then our bishop can get stuck over there and never go full Fischer, right? Where your bishop is caught on the wayside. But it's a big decision for Grishuk, and that's why he's spending his time right now, because you don't just give up this pawn without really calculating the lines.
Yeah, and I guess going a6 and after knight e6, giving up your bishop for the knight, that end, like after queen takes, you would have to play queen e7. White probably allows the queen trade by going either long castles or rook to d1. And I think that endgame should be very favorable for white. So you don't really want to go into that too easily.
No, this looks incredibly unpleasant. You mentioned you can castle, you can just take on e7, and you will have play on both sides of the board. And that's very important when you have the bishops, because bishops slice across the board. Knights are slower pieces hopping from one side to the next. So after this bishop e3 move, it doesn't look typical. You're blocking in your own bishop, but okay, this bishop can also fianchetto, and that's actually where it wants to be, right? Because then it stares at the enemy queen side.
Yeah, so Grishik is spending his time here. I like the move bishop b4 that you suggested earlier. I don't know if knight takes a7 is really something we have to worry about. It feels like black should have something there, although I don't see quite yet what that would be. And yeah, after knight d6, king e7 looks, quite creative as well. So I guess that's what Grishik is thinking about.
And then maybe just a3, and that's probably why he wants to play bishop b4, but then he sees a3, and he'll have to give up the bishop pair regardless. And it just feels like Fedoseev has such an easy time in this game. Not that he's going to win easily. Of course, that's not what Benjamin and I are saying. But when you play against these top-level grandmasters, the last thing you want is a position where they will draw without any effort, and then they'll win if you make even one mistake.
Indeed, that's often what the grandmasters refer to as a two-result game. So yeah, maybe bishop b4 makes sense here, but yeah, after a3, you're probably forced to give the bishop pair, but at least there you can castle and you have some play. But it feels like with white having the two bishops, he should have a risk-free advantage.
Yeah, and when Fedoseev caught up with Spenny, he said, "Oh, there's no dirty flagging in the Sunday portion because of that increment. Maybe the flagging doesn't have to be dirty. He's just up 3 minutes. His position is better, and that's not what dirty flagging is. What Raunak just did against Dubov, again, there was no flagging. It was just a time scramble and a mouse slip, but that's where things can get out of hand. But right now, this is just perfect for Fedoseev. He's played a great day of chess. We're only 10 moves into his second game, but I love the way he's playing.
Yeah, I really like the way he's playing as well. And yeah, it's quite interesting to hear that he doesn't like, the zero, the no increment at all, because he doesn't like to flag his opponent. I think it just depends on the players. Like some players, they like the fact that they can flag their opponent maybe because they're good at it. But I think most players, they prefer with increment.
Yes, and Fedoseev is such a strong player, and he can hang with the best of them. But right now, I just am worried about Grishuk. He is a glutton for time punishment, even in classical games. Right now, he's really worried about this a7 pawn. He could also play b6 if he wants to cover up that square, and maybe that allows him to fianchetto very quickly. So he's trying to be very accurate right now, but I still don't even like that, because if you play b6 and we get this check, let's say something like this, and you just fianchetto, already this knight can come to b5, and there's this check on c7. Your king can't castle through check. I'm just worried about how the position is looking for black, and just seems so much more fun for Fedoseev.
I agree. And Grishik already getting down to 5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, I feel like b6 is at least a better option than a6, because you don't weaken all of your dark squares, because you're about to give up the dark square bishop in that case. So yeah, he would either have to go b6 or wait, knight c5. Whoa. Is that a move?
Whew. Takes, king takes, castles queenside with check. I guess there's bishop d7, but even a move like b4 at some point. Oh my goodness, this is living on the edge.
Yeah, it feels like there's got to be something for white. I mean, white can still just, let's say take on d8, go long castles. Black is forced to go bishop d7, and then white can go knight at d6 and once again get the bishop pair advantage. I mean, black does get some activity by, let's say, trading and going rook to c8, but white should have the edge there.
Yeah, I guess that rook c8 move is really annoying just with the pin, and knight g4 at some moment. If we're not looking out for it, will be not now because the knight's hanging, but after rook c8, that could be an issue. So I guess we're rushing, or we really like the theme of having the bishop pair and the dark square control, but it doesn't quite work out in this sequence, as we're saying, because of rook c8 with the threat of knight g4, with the threat of knight e4, all the stuff with white underdeveloped is a problem. So let's see. After queen takes, king takes, castles, bishop b7, knight d6 is by no means forced. We can make another useful move, and maybe it's fianchettoing, or maybe it's g4 actually, because sometimes you can sacrifice this pawn just to obliterate black down the d file.
Yeah, g4 could be an interesting idea as well, because if black captures, there might be ideas like bishop h3. I don't know if it works, but yeah, I guess Fedosseev here has to take on d8 and go queenside castles. And then the question is, what is there after bishop d7? Maybe this move b4 that you mentioned earlier, but the pawn on b4 could be hanging later on by the bishop on f8. So let's see what he's going to come up with. He goes rook d1 check. Okay, bishop d7, I guess, is still forced.
But if bishop d7, now he can play knight d6 and doesn't have to worry either about the f2 pawn or about the pin down the c file. So he's kind of leaving more options open.
Right, yes, he goes g3. He wants to go bishop g2 or bishop h3, putting pressure on the bishop. So let's see what Grishuk is going to do. I mean, sooner or later, he's got to go a6. You kind of go rook c8 here because you always hang that pawn over there. And otherwise, it's not easy to make a move.
No, it's unpleasant. And he's down 3+ minutes. Knight d6 at any moment secures the bishop pair. Bishop g2, or as you said, bishop h3, about to be a problem either on the b7 square or this bishop on h7 is pinned. Oh, I do not. And a6 has to be moved. I think you're right, because you just can't move anything else.
Yeah, I think probably a6 is the move. Knight d6 then will be played by Fedosseev. He will trade, take, I guess, rook c8. But after bishop g2, how do you defend your weaknesses on the queen side?
Yeah, it's a question I do not have the answer to. So yeah, it's really, really not a fun position to have for Grishuk, and he knows it. And that's really why he's spending so much time here. Like every move, he sees a6, he understands knight d6 will follow, and he'll just have no real active play of his own. And there are all these holes in the position that he's going to have to try and shore up. So a6 likely will be played after another 30-second think, and then Fedosseev will be looking at the clock, and like Raunaq, we'll be looking at the board while trying to maximize the time pressure.
Yeah, it's starting to become quite scary for Grishuk. Only 3 minutes left. That's still some time, but he cannot be spending too much more, I would think. But yeah, I don't see another move than a6. I mean, bishop e7 doesn't do anything. King c8 doesn't do anything. And a6 is on the board. Okay, knight d6 will now be played.
I think the reason why, just in general, even the best grandmasters, oh, wait, what just happened? It went all the way up. So maybe you just take it.
Wait, yeah, what if you take knight takes on rook b6, a lot of bishop c6, bishop g2 maybe?
Yeah. It goes for bishop c6, bishop g2, and you want to take this bishop and then get this knight. Apparently this...
Or actually, wait, did he have rook d5? Doesn't that just win a pawn? Because f6, bishop h3, you lose the game on the spot.
Right. And if you played rook e8 to defend the pawn there, then you just put bishop g2, probably.
Or bishop h3, maybe just bishop g2. It looks very pleasant.
Yeah.
But bishop h3 is also...
Just long-term pressure everywhere. I feel
bishop
like.
e6 here looks very nasty.
Because you're king e7, you take this pawn, and if you go this way, there's rooks. No, you can't play like this. It's too miserable.
Right.
We see f5.
Yeah, but I think he played rook b6 a bit too hasty. f5 now by Grishuk, and I mean a trade on e4 is not the end of the world for black. The rook of b6 is also slightly misplaced. I mean, you would like to attack the pawn on e5 somehow, but I don't really see how to do it.
Yeah, I would take here if I could win one of those pawns in the center and then play up a pawn with opposite colored bishops. That's fine. I'm up material, but I don't see a clear way to win it. This bishop will sit on c6. And as you were saying, this rook on b6 is a little bit out of play.
Right. And I wonder, is g4 here a move for white? He goes kingside castles, but no, I mean, this does give Grishik the time to go bishop c6 and stabilize the position a little bit.
Right. And is there something to be said for f4? Not now because the rook is hanging, so I can't take with the bishop. But if I move my rook back, I guess rook b3, is there some kind of f4 just to open up more diagonals?
Yeah, I really like that idea. So maybe after bishop c6, a move like rook b3 could be considered to prepare to move f4. Because if we can attack, I mean, black's king would be feeling really uncomfortable on the dark squares.
Right, and with the rook going back to b3, you can't put a rook on d8 because there's bishop b6 check. So it just feels like this king is misplaced. You could always stutter step, play f3 and then f4 in some positions. But either way, I'm trying to make this bishop on e3 a better piece because I'm the only one with a dark square bishop.
Yeah, and Grishik getting down to 1 minute and 47 seconds on the clock. He goes rook c8. I guess he wants to castle by going king b8 on the next move. And then his rook could, activate through the c2 square. So let's see what Fedosseyev will do here. I mean, maybe still g4?
Yeah, g4 is definitely a tempting option, just saying that your pawn needs to stay defending this knight. And you'd play g6, but that opens up more dark squares. H6, maybe this rook can jump into f6 at some point, so you have to be careful before you push into your pawns.
Right, but here, as he's castled now, after g4, g6, if he takes, then that opens up the g file, which should be in black's favor, I think. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm not trying to trade there just yet, but I would like to eventually use the h6 square, for example, for my bishop. So, yeah, I want to play g4, but I'm now worried about the possibility of that file opening as we're talking about. So, I still like it though. I do, because let's say g4, g6, and I just take and I take here. Now these pawns just look worse, and this rook can go all the way over to h6, for example, or to f6, and I feel like white, maintains that advantage in many of these positions.
Yeah, no, I agree. And yeah, we see that Fedosseyev still has quite a hefty time advantage, but I feel like he should have spent a little bit of time when he played rook b6, because rook d5 might have just been very, very decisive, and an extra pawn is worth more than, let's say, an extra 3 minutes on the clock.
Right. I think he was trying to play quickly, just understanding that Grishuk gets in time trouble, but that was a moment where he could have played accurately and seizing more advantage. He plays f4. We know exactly what he's going for. Give me that diagonal.
Right, so I guess Grishuk has to take. I mean, maybe king d6 is a move as well. He takes on f4. Bishop takes in king d7. It's got to be played there. And then, wait, do we have bishop e5?
Oh, hitting 2 pawns at once?
Wait, how do you defend there?
You don't. Bishop e5 is a great move. And you can't play g6 because you lose the rook in the corner. Maybe that's the best you can do, but that shows your position.
Right, and the problem is, let's say you make a move. Okay, he goes g4.
He's rushing, right? Like, he doesn't need to move.
Yeah, he's Russian. Yeah, g6 played by Grishuk.
Yeah, but just to show everybody that bishop e5 hits 1 pawn, hits 2 pawns, and you're just losing a pawn very directly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. I mean, bishop e5 to me looks like quite a basic tactic. And I think, if you capture the f5 pawn, especially with the time situation, I think you just pretty much win the game there.
Yes, for sure. And instead he plays g4, and after g6, we see the eval bar. It goes to a minimal advantage for white. Still complicated. This king hasn't really found shelter, but that was a missed opportunity by Fedosseyev, and one that he obviously is capable of finding.
Indeed, yeah, so g6 by Grishuk on the board, because now if you take and go bishop e5, there might even be ideas like rook to g8 and some tactic along the g file, or rook to f8. But yeah, that's definitely a missed opportunity for Fedosseyev. And now, if Grishuk gets in a couple moves like king e6, he might be doing okay here.
Yeah, and maybe he can even turn this thing around, because this rook on b4, it has been a bit of an aggressive piece, but now it's just kind of awkwardly placed. So if king e6 and a rook comes to d8, now we could see black starting to try and infiltrate. So Fedosseyev, g4, g6, and now he thinks, and it's a move too late.
Right, yeah, I agree. He could play bishop h3 here, not taking on f5 right away, because if he takes and then goes bishop h3, bishop rook to g8 will be very annoying. So that would force black to go, I guess, king. Well, I actually have an interesting idea. Like bishop h3, if you go king e6, what about something like bishop h6, making sure that you cannot go rook to f8?
Aha. I'm just going right after this pawn on f5. I guess there is knight d6 as a retreat, but it's really uncomfortable with his king on e6. He put his king on e6, so we're sure he's ready for it, but it's looking scary to my eyes.
Right. Yeah. So king e6, good move by Grishuk, defending the pawn on e6, and yeah, the time's evening up a little bit. Oh, he's listening. Rook to g8, another move by Grishuk, because if you take, then black recaptures with a check, and there's no easy way for white to, get his king out of dodge.
No, not at all. And you can't take on f5 because you get in trouble. And rook f3 in line with this bishop.
Right, but I don't see an easy discovery here for black, and now he might be ready to take the king of one.
Although if you take king f1, there's rook d1 checkmate.
Yeah, rook d8, great move by Grishuk, because rook d1 is a real threat now, because they would force the king to go to. Although you can still block, but the only square the king has is g2. He goes rook f1 back. I mean, that's not what you want to do.
Not at all. And this rook on b4, it's misplaced, right? It's not getting back in the game. Don't blunder your pieces, because rook d2 not possible with the bishop on h6, but just so much tension in this position on f5, but this king lacking safety on g1. It's anybody's game, but Grishuk is down to under a minute.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting moment. So Grishuk made all those defensive moves, and here he had a move to breathe, so to speak, right? But it's not like he has any easy moves. So rook b3 by Fedosseev, maybe knight d2 here, but although there's rook e3 check.
Right. And this
bishop takes d2 is now forced.
7
and then then the question is, where do you go with that f1 rook?
Yeah, it's not an easy choice. And this knight can like hop around to c4. He goes rook d5. We need more pieces on this diagonal.
Okay, maybe rook e3 now by Fedosseev, although it doesn't threaten anything.
Right. I see you want to take a knight here because the pawn is pinned, but unfortunately, this king always is in check.
Yeah, look at the clock. Grishuk down to 35 seconds. Starting to look a little bit scary, but not easy for. I don't see any easy moves for Fedosseev here.
No, and at some moment, maybe not for the foreseeable future, this g5 move could catch you off guard because your bishop could get caught on h6.
All right, so rook to f3 by Fedosseev, but once again, gf is not a threat in the current position. But 25 seconds for Grishuk. Is gonna maybe king d6 is a move to get out of dodge?
Yeah, king moves away and tries to run. Knight f6
Knight
back.
f6.
Wow.
He wants to clarify the situation. So now I guess white has to take on a 5. No, he goes rook e3 check. Okay, so rook e5.
What play here? Rook e5. Let's bring that king up. It's the end game. My king is going to be used as a weapon.
All right, so rook takes, king takes. Yeah, I think black should be doing pretty fine. Bishop f4 check, I guess king e6. And if takes, king f2. All right, so he goes bishop g3, but now
bishop e4.
Bishop e4, yeah, that looks very, very stable.
And this rook now can try to work its way over to. I was going to try to play f4, not legal.
Yeah, I thought he blundered for a second, but yeah, f4 is not legal. Knight h5 played. Okay, king f2 now. It's got to be the move.
Oh, there is check here,
but then king e7.
Right, there's no follow up really.
Right, so Grishuk trades. Okay, this should be headed for a draw.
By Grishuk's time, 14 seconds.
Okay, now
Don't blunder your bishop.
You have to go king e5.
Yep. And that doesn't really get white anywhere because rook c2 is such a powerful threat. So you don't want to allow that. So maybe he'll play rook d2. And will black play rook c2 and just trade off the rooks?
Yeah, I guess rook c2 is just a draw there. I mean, you can also just go rook c1. And then white is pretty much forced, I guess, to go bishop g2 and just force a draw. I think that's a very likely continuation. Yeah,
I like your point. So king e3.
But king takes c4 is not legal.
Yeah.
Okay, rook
g4 doesn't threaten anything.
Okay, rook d2's got to be played now, right?
Yeah.
And I think Grishuk's going to trade because of the time situation, and it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, very good piece over here. Love that bishop on h3 now.
Well, that's a good point, actually. Like after king e3, b6, white is... Although there's always bishop f1, so I guess we're just headed for a draw. Yeah,
you can play bishop f1 now, and there's no way for the king to get into a square like g4. It takes too much time. So yeah, this is looking level, and there's nowhere to go. And
yeah, so I think we're headed, and indeed the draw is in the book, so we're headed for a blitz tiebreaker.
Okay, so Grishuk who had a tough position out of the opening, he was able to find all sorts of accurate defensive moves, bring his king in the center. And Fedoseev, he was a little bit too quick, but look at their ratings. The numbers are reversed, the 47 and 74, but they're very highly rated and both excellent players, obviously.
Yeah, and Fedoseev going for the Grunfeld defense. I wonder what Grishuk is going to do. He goes for the main line with taking on e5 and e4, and after bishop g7, he goes knight f3, and is he going to go rook b1, bishop, h3?
Yeah, we're going to get a little lesson in the Grunfeld here. H3 taking away the g4 square. He wants bishop e3 to follow, and black often tries to bring his queen out on over to a5, but the c3 pawn, not always one you can capture. Even white can often even castle.
Right, so Fedoseev going for a bit of a think here. I wonder if after knight c6, Grishuk is planning to go although d5 is probably too much, right? Because you just take on c3, and after you take the exchange, you have knight d4 afterwards. So you could also take on d4 first and then knight c6.
Fedoseev plays b6, and these types of positions where it looks like white's threatening to win a pawn, never so easy, because c3, even if it's not check, it's just not going to go away as a problem. So queen d3 by Grishuk.
Yeah, queen c7 here by Fedoseev, so I guess Grishuk's got a castle here. And now, I mean, knight d7 is very often the plan to bring the knight to f6 and hit the pawn on e4. Rook d8 also makes a lot of sense. So let's see how Grishuk is going to continue here. I mean, sometimes you can maybe just rook a1, preparing to move d5.
Mm-hmm. And do I ever need to worry myself about this trade of pieces? Because bishop a6 can be played by Fedoseev at some point.
Right, Fedoseev can trade, but I feel like white maybe keeps a tiny edge there.
Yeah, the strong center definitely is good for white. So Grishuk a little bit on the clock, but he's spending his time now. Rook a to c1 or rook a d1. He's going to bring this f1 rook to d1, just keeping his perspective from the c file.
Right, so e6 by Fedoseev, making sure white cannot go d5, bishop g5. Always an annoying move in a Grunfeld. Rook to d7 and queen e3. So Grishuk is slowly but surely moving his pieces slowly towards the king side. Queen e3, maybe knight c6 now for Fedoseev.
Yeah, knight c6 and rook f to d1. There's no rook to d8. That's really important. And there's also no h6 because you have two pieces covering the square. So this is looking a bit unpleasant for Fedoseev. And also e5 is not in the question because then knight h2 to g4 and just try to infiltrate on the dark squares.
Yeah, and I don't see any easy move here for Fedoseev. And if Grishuk has, a free move, he's just going to go h4, h5, slowly but surely make progress on the king side. And then with the pawn coming to h6, black is definitely getting under pressure there.
Right. And the one downside of playing e5 is you may give control of these light squares. So he plays h4. He's going to play h5. Reminder, no h6 available. Queen and bishop cover it. And if you play h5, you're already walking into g4 pushes that look pretty scary for this black king.
Yeah, so rook c8 by Fedoseev, but it feels a bit like an empty move because the rook on c1 you never really want to trade on d4 because then your queen comes under pressure, and the queen is just lacking a comfortable spot. Maybe, if you go queen e6, is there d5 now? Although I guess you're just taking queen e6.
You would love to play d5 and bishop g4 afterwards because these two pieces are in a row. So just noting that you have to watch out for these kind of ideas.
Right. But now the d4 pawn is under attack, right? Because the rook on c8 is protected. So I guess white cannot, spend a move on, let's say, h5. Maybe now e5, but maybe the queen just drops back to f8 to defend.
Yeah, the queen over there. This knight needs to get to g4. Right? Like if this knight gets to g4, it's hopping right in. But with the queen on f8, you can even throw in a timely h6 and force white back a little bit. How about bishop b5 as well? There are pins everywhere. That looks like a reasonable choice. So.
Right, bishop b5 could be a really nasty move, but maybe black just goes a6, and I guess after d5, maybe ab5. Does that work for black?
Ooh, because you're pointing.
And then sack the queen, right?
Yeah, with check, that's not good. So you said h5. So he plays bishop b5. I guess h5 was possible. Knight takes d4. Super unclear because you're walking into pins and king could be in danger, but it's neither here nor there because bishop b5 was in fact played.
All right, so a6 by Fedoseev. I mean, I guess if you take on c6, black just takes with the rook and should be doing fine. So you don't really want to do that. But if you go straight forward, there's b5 and black gets rid of that pin and then the pawn on d4 starts hanging.
Right. all of the pieces aiming at that exact square. So takes, rook takes, maybe rook b1, because I don't really want to trade all these pieces from white. I need pieces for the attack. So rook b1 just keeps an eye on this b6 pawn.
Right, and I would like to make something like d5 work for white, but I don't really see how to do it. So maybe Fedoshev is relieving some of the pressure here if he can trade a pair of rooks.
Right. So rook b1 lines that move d5 up. He plays h5. So you can trade, but you can't take on d4, I don't think. Maybe.
If you take, maybe white just takes everything and goes rook c7.
Yes.
Because if bishop b4, there's check and then h6 checkmate.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show that really, really quickly because it looks like black gets to steal a pawn. All is happy, and then you have rook c7 because bishop b4 check, and checkmate is forced there. So that's kind of nasty. So that's not going to happen, but that's why h5 is available.
Indeed, and that's why pushing that h pawn up the board is always so super annoying. Rook c7 by Fedoshev, maybe just h6 by white. But I could go bishop f8.
I was thinking, do I want to keep the rooks on the board or not? Because if I play rook b1, my threat is bishop f4. So if it was rook e1, just defending e4 another time that frees up the queen, maybe for bishop h6, maybe for pawn h6, as you mentioned. Yeah, this is just still not easy for the black king.
Yeah, it just seems like an easier position for Grishik to play because he always has pressure towards the black king. I guess, yeah, h6 is probably still his idea than maybe, hopping the knight around to the g4 square, but it's not easy. And I wonder if Fedoshev, okay, goes rook c4, putting pressure on the pawns.
Right, and now we have to think, is that actually a problem? h6, bishop d4, knight d4, what's happening there? We don't have these rook c7 things then. He has d5. Watch out for your back rank. That's something you cannot allow is pieces to get back there.
All right, so Fedoshev keeps the position close with the move e5, but now that bishop on g7 is quite passive. So h6 by Grishik, where, okay, bishop f8 makes a lot of sense.
This knight, Benjamin, that's the problem, is this knight needs to improve. It goes to d2.
Okay, rook c7, maybe queen f3, so you stop black from going f6. Or f4 is probably too much. Queen b3.
f6 takes, doesn't work. Queen takes d6, is rook f7 at the end. So
right, so b5 by Fedoshev. Although a4, there's queen b4.
Right, and a queen trade definitely is useful for black in a position like this.
Right, so let's 12 seconds for Grishik. Okay, bishop e3. He's playing a bit passively here. Queen b4. Queen a3, great move by Fedoshev. I think queen b1. You have to keep queens on the board.
And he chooses to do that. Knight to b3, rook to c1. This bishop on b7 still a bad piece. I'm wondering if there will be an f5 at some point. Okay, now knight b3.
Right, knight b3, it makes a lot of sense. Maybe black just needs to go f6, king f7, make sure the king has a little bit more space to move. Knight b3 played, and only 5 seconds for Grishik. Bishop c8.
Bishop b6 at some point could be annoying.
Bishop c1, queen b4. Don't hang the rook. Bishop d2. Will we see a draw? Okay, rook c1 now.
Yeah, I like rook c1. Let's try to infiltrate. Oh, great move, though.
Great move by, f3. Bishop d7. f5 also. I like that. Nice move by Fedoshev. He takes.
Run knight f5. Okay, keeping all the queenside closed.
Queen c3, hitting the bishop. Bishop f2. Bishop f8 maybe, just hitting the pawn.
Oh, I like
that. How do you defend it?
He goes for it. Queen d1.
Wait, but this just free. Oh, and d6. He just wants d6, I guess.
Oh gosh, and queen d5 check. You have to be very careful.
Right, and knight c5 as well.
Right.
So maybe just bishop d7 preemptively.
Takes d6 and knight c5.
Queen c6.
Knight c5.
Knight c5. Bishop d7. But you're taking queen d5. That looks very, very strong. Taking queen d5.
Queen d5. e5 is hanging.
Oh, and do you have queen f7 or do you just lose on the spot there?
Queen f7, d7.
Oh no, queen at d7 and bishop b6 at the end.
Exactly.
Wait, isn't it just last year queen e5 and you should be crushing?
Just move
queen
back.
e5 back. I mean e5 e6. I don't see for black.
No, it's over.
It looks crushing. Queen c8.
D7.
Can you push?
There's
but
check
queen c1 and queen
check.
but queen g3.
And then there's no more checks.
But queen f4. Oh, but queen f4, king h3, and you just walk out of checks.
Yeah, king h3 is nice, and he finds it.
Bishop f6 though to prolong the game, but
yeah,
it's got to be waiting for white.
Right. If queen h6, you even have bishop h4, so now it's d8.
D8, yeah, you win the bishop, and there should be winning queen d7.
And the increment is very helpful. Check on the diagonal, and then your bishop delivers the next check somewhere.
But how do you win exactly? It's not over just yet. Queen
go back. Well, why do you put his bishop on d4?
Oh, okay. But yeah, queen f1, it's still not over. King g3. The king sits very safely on the dark source. Bishop f2.
queen e2 and just saying,
And then queen d7. There should be a checkmate. No, queen d7, queen d5. Okay.
He's finally bringing the bishop, but then king goes to h6.
But now king h6. It's not over. Queen d. It's not over. Queen e5.
Oh my gosh, he's like making this so difficult. Queen f4. Okay.
Queen c7 check. King e6.
Can you take this pawn? Then you lose e4.
But then you take b5 and there's no checks.
Yeah, that's important. So he's going back this way. Have we seen this position before? I feel like we have.
Well, he had check on bishop d4 and then queen f8. That must have been winning on the spot. Goes e5, which should also be because there's no checks. Maybe h5 to try to create some tricks.
Yeah, queen f3. Queen f3.
Oh, queen f3 wins the game on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's over. That's game over. King, yeah, anything.
Just don't leave yourself with only this pawn. That would be wrong, but otherwise, yeah,
bishop d4 or bishop there.
You can just steal all these pawns over here.
Yeah, so great win. Okay, it's not over just yet, but Grisham is going to win this game and he is going to move on to the finals.
That's right. He just freezes Fedoseev's position, puts all his pawns in dark squares. Now
king
he can
g5.
go win these
Or
pawns.
bishop c3, preparing a king g5, game over.
Yeah,
anything. Just king. I like. Yeah, that's a nice waiting move. Should be one. Okay, just take on g6 and take on h5.
Right. And as long as you have this g pawn, you win. And he does win. Grishuk moves to 38-81 in blitz chess. Excuse me. He wins this game. He heads to the final where he'll take on Raunaq Sidhwani. But Grishuk, he has really just been in fine form today. That game, it looked good at first. Then it seemed like maybe Fedoseev was getting out of it. But that passed pawn was one that Fedoseev could not stop in the end without giving up material.
Yeah, Grishuk just has absolute nerves of steel. It's amazing how many resources he's able to find with only a couple seconds on the clock. And he takes on Fedoseev and moves on to the finals.
Well, we know our final matchup here in week 16 KO of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. So we will take a break. Raunaq Sidhwani and now Grishuk will face off for this week's championship. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
B7 drops white is going to be super fast. Queen B4. Wait, what? 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 That's a free queen. What? 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 What was that?
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today. and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
We're back here at the Week 16 KO final. It is Ranak Sidwani taking on Alexander Grishuk. I'm Robert Hess. We have Benjamin Bach on call with me. And Benjamin, we have a great final in store for everyone. We have the teenage sensation, Ranak Sidwani, against the veteran who's been a top player for so long now, Alexander Grishuk. So Ranak gets the white pieces. Grishuk is the high-rated player. Who's your favorite here?
Yeah, it's definitely not a matchup I expected in the finals, but I do have to give the edge to Alexander Grishuk. He took down first Hikaru Nakamura and then Vladimir Fedoseev. Ranak has been playing amazing chess so far, but I felt like he got quite lucky against Dubov. So because of all that, I do have to give the edge to Grishuk.
I think that's fair, right? The final stretch of that game against Dubov involved a mouse slip where instead of taking a pawn, Dubov just moved his king and then followed that up with a blunder and then a losing rook endgame where he was the one pressing for a win. So Grishuk has been great thus far today. He beat Hikaru Nakamura. That's the big boss. Then he beat Fedoseev. That's the big fish. And I don't have another thing for Ranak. Maybe he's the big champ 2005. But either way, Grishuk has been having a great day.
Indeed, yeah. So Ranak starting off with the white pieces. As we know, he came first in the Swiss, so that does give him that privilege of starting off every match with white. So it's going to be interesting to see how Grishuk will hold himself. I think if Grishuk draws his game, then the momentum definitely shifts in Grishuk's favor. So Ranak's definitely got to try to put some pressure here with white pieces.
And we see the opening move is the king's pawn. And Grishuk, he said, Christopher, you may have played the French and lost, but I'm going to go back to my handy French defense. And the French defense is solid at its core, but the bishop on c8 is just always unhappy.
Indeed. So I'm curious to see whether Grishuk is going to go for the same line. Okay, goes bishop d7. He deviates from the game that Ranak had against Christopher Yu.
Right. In that game, we saw an early queen b6 with a3. Instead, we see bishop d7. And the good thing about having this bishop on d7 is a clear c8 for the rook. It also means that if this bishop ever comes to d3 after a queen to b6, then I can capture on d4 because there's no check discovery with the queen hitting the other queen. So what do you think right now? Will we see a rook c8? Will we see a queen b6? I don't love queen b6 with a b4, but perhaps it's still within theoretical framework.
Right, I wonder if also f6 could be moved for Grishuk, but it goes knight g7. I guess now b4 makes a lot of sense for Ranak. And then maybe he just wants to take and go knight f5 to put pressure on the pawn on d4, which makes it difficult for white to develop that light square bishop, because you cannot go bishop d3, because then you always hang the pawn on d4.
Right. And in these Frenches, we know queen b6 is an option, but also queen c7 so that you can apply pressure on this e5 pawn that defends your c5 pawn tactically, because if that d4 pawn is gone, then e5 is loose. And with queen c7, there's f6. But now the bishop's on d3, it's a little more tempting to play queen b6, but there's often d takes c5 and your queen gets dragged out into the open.
Right, so Grishuk trades first and then goes queen to b6, hitting the pawn on d4. So let's see what Ranak will do. I mean, there are some players who like sagging that pawn by just going castles. You cannot go bishop e3 because then you hang b2. And bishop c2 doesn't really look that attractive either. So he does go bishop c2. I guess now you have to take that knight.
Right. And this setup over here, this bishop doesn't look like the best piece. But in the last round of the Grand Chess Tour event in Poland, where Duda ended up winning that game and winning the event, he was able to eventually push this pawn from f5 and get his bishop out in a similar type of position. But for now, everything is nice and defended.
Right, so white goes h4, making sure black cannot go pawn to g5 and knight e2. Perhaps he's looking at knight f4. So let's see. I guess Grishuk will go for kingside castles, but queenside castle is not completely out of the question either.
No, and g5, just because there are all these pieces covering the square, right? Pawn and two minors. You can sometimes play g5 if it rips open the h file and you can double rooks and get for a checkmate. But for now, it just looks like a bad pawn sacrifice. So I wouldn't make that move.
Right, and I wonder, could something like rook to g8 be a move for Grishuk here, preparing to move g5?
Absolutely, yes. And I think especially if you castle queenside, bring that rook to g8 and play g5. That looks like a nice way to attack, because you don't typically want to push pawns in front of your own king.
Right, so he goes knight a5. Right, so white goes b4. He's ready to go knight c4. Rook b1, played by Ranak. Bishop takes a3 is not a move to the queen a4 check, and you lose your bishop. So let's see what Grishuk will do. I mean, I still kind of like the idea of going queenside castles, then maybe rook dg8, followed by g5.
He says, I might do all that, but first I'm going to try to trade queens, because if he gets a knight to b3, then he can take over the c file. Though if the knight comes to b3 now, the c1 square is clear, so this knight eventually could trade for the other knight, and the pawn structure is better for white. The bishop on e6 not really making me believe that it's a two bishops advantage for black.
Right, so the knight is currently under attack. You go to b3, but then the knight feels a bit, lost there, so to speak. It's not really attacking anything after, say, bishop c3. It could also go to c4, but I guess white goes bishop c3 anyway. And I don't know. I feel like black should be fine here, more or less, with the two bishops, but white does have the better structure. The knight is coming to f4 at some point. And I guess, like, if black can get in g5, he's in pretty good shape. But once again, that's very difficult.
Right. And where is this king going? Maybe I'll just sit on d7, because the rooks get connected, the c file is open. But first and foremost, dealing with this knight on a5. Where is Sasha going to move it? Sometimes you can play them with b6, because after bishop takes, pawn takes, the open b file can be useful. I don't really love the look of b6 here. It doesn't feel necessary because your knight's probably going to move somewhere anyway. So he chooses to retreat.
Yeah, a bit surprising decision, but I guess the knight is sitting pretty, it's pretty solid on c6. Let's see how Raonic is going to continue here. He goes h5. All right, so I guess king d7 makes a lot of sense here for Grishuk. And
what?
Oh, wait, what?
They agreed on a draw.
Why did he offer a draw? I don't understand.
Raonic offered a draw, and Grishuk said, "Okay, I'll get the white pieces in a blitz game." We just saw how Grishuk did against Fedoseev in that dynamic.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I mean, isn't Raonic just a tiny bit better? And I mean, you got to try with white, as we said earlier. If this game ends in a draw, I feel like the initiative shifts in Grishuk's favor.
That was surprising for sure, because the position was closed. Knights are better in closed positions than bishops. Didn't seem like there was much risk there for Raonic, but he says, let's get to the quicker time controls. I don't love the choice.
Right, so we have a Ragozin here with a trade on f6 and queen a4. So black is forced to go knight c6, and knight is always slightly uncomfortable over there because black cannot go c5 easily. Bishop e2 here by Grishuk, but this line, I think, is known to be fine for black.
Yes, and it's important to point out that knight e5 is not actually a tactic that works, because white can take on e5, which hits the queen, and knight takes d4 isn't a threat because the bishop on d7 is currently loose. So you have to be able to time this perfectly in these positions. There is bishop c3, knight d4, knight takes d2, and that's what I think white needs to look out for.
Indeed, and Grishuk is thinking here, I wonder if he messed up the move order or something, because sometimes white goes queen b5 and queen takes c4, but here that doesn't work. He takes with the bishop. All right, so there's no tactics available, so he takes on c3 and rook to d8. Now there are tactics because the bishop is defended, so I think queen a3 is the move, but he goes bishop b5. But what about a6 here? Doesn't that just equalize on a spot?
Yes,
you have to take and queen d1, but I mean,
yeah, then you just have to take back here, and that looks like a level game. But I'm pretty sure, as you were also saying, queen a3, and that was all the rage several years ago. I feel like MBL and Dominguez and some of those players, Levon Aronian was in that and set up as well with queen e7, and it was just like some slightly better position, but nothing major.
Right, so Raonic is thinking he goes for a6. Grishuk has, although he could go bishop e2, because knight takes d4, there's queen takes.
Right, and knight e5, there was pawn takes because the queen was loose here. So a6, not really a move you often want to have, right? You want your pawn back on a7, gives you a little more flexibility. And now we are seeing the queen trade, or not, queen to b2. Let's just aim for the pawn.
Yeah, I expect the Grishuk to trade queens there and try to grind down Raonic in the endgame. b6 by Raonic, and here we see why a6 is a slight weakening of the black position, because the pawn on a6 will always be hanging. It's more difficult to move your rook. Also, now if you play the move c5, your pawn on b6 will be weak. So it's quite clever of Grishuk that he provoked that little weakness over there on the queen side. And
important that he plays c4. He can play rook c1 and c5, things like that. And he's not touching his a pawn yet, because there will be some positions where, sure, you want to play a4 to go after b5. But as soon as you push your pawn and his knight was on c6, Black could have played a5 and taken over the b4 square. So I like the way Grishuk is handling this. I like Raunak's clock, and his position isn't that bad. So both sides are doing certain things well. Ooh.
Yeah, so e4, that looks quite, I mean, quite surprising to me. I kind of liked how the pawns were, you know, solidly connected at first, and here they become a little bit loose. We see Rana going queen to f6, but it's not that easy for Black to hit the pawns. But Grishuk spending quite a bit of time here. Rook d1 makes a lot of sense, though.
And here it goes to show why the pawn should be on a7. You play c5 with a pin, but now if you play c5, you simply drop b6 and your knight gets trapped. So you really wish that that pawn could move backwards.
Right, but unfortunately, pawns cannot move backwards. So indeed. So let's see what Raonic is going to do here. I don't really see any easy moves for him. Maybe bishop c6 to hit that pawn on e4. Right. I wonder if White wants to go e5 because rook b8. I guess he's preparing to move c5.
Yeah, c5 now becomes an option. Even b5 is something to consider. I'm not sure I would go for it because White can keep the position closed, but you got to look out in all directions here. e5 by Grishuk.
I don't really like it. I feel like his position is becoming slightly overextended here. If Black goes c5, he could really shatter the white structure. So Grishuk goes queen to c3. c5 can be met with d5 for the moment, but maybe bishop c6 to prepare it somehow. Yeah,
bishop c6 has been a good idea for a while, but then you don't get c5. So it's you improve one piece, but you stop another plan. So it's a trade-off that Raonic will need to consider. Maybe this knight is at some point going to go over to b3.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop c6 and then move the bishop back to, let's say, a8 or b7 to prepare the move c5 in that way. But it goes bishop a4, rook d2, and rook d7, and I don't really know how exactly that's helping his position. And could Grishuk? I was wondering, could he consider d5 because the bishop cannot really go back.
Right, and this bishop's almost trapped. There's no way to attack it because the queen takes care of the diagonal where the queen would like to go. So c5, you can't take, you lose your knight. Now a6 was hanging. Oh my gosh, this rook is almost trapped, right? Bishop takes, a takes c6. There is rook to d5.
Yeah, so bishop b5 by Raonic. Grishuk could take on b5 and then take on b6 and give Black double isolated pawns, but the pawn on d4 should also be quite weak. He takes on b6. Is bishop takes c2 move? I would think so because the knight f3 is hanging, but he takes back right away. Rook b1 maybe to hit the pawn. Yeah, those pawns don't look good, but there's also the c4 square for the knight, and the knight's going to be hopping around, the c file being open. Black can play rook c7, rook c8, things like that as well. So yeah, it's a mixed bag. Rook b2. Right, he goes rook b2, rook d5, maybe rook b1 now. And how do you defend that pawn? I mean, you don't have knight c6, queen d7 though. Right, and now he's ready to go knight c6, and that should lead to simplifications. Just go after the center. Queen d3. There's also knight c4 in addition to knight c6. So yeah, this pawn d4 is too much of a weakness. And knight goes rook b4, but knight c6, isn't that just leading to a draw? Like you take on b5, take, and then take on d4. And you check on d1 and back to d2 at the end, right? Just trade yeah, you do lose a pawn, but yeah, you have rook d1, rook d2. That's very important to point out. Yeah. Yeah, I think we might just see it. So I'll show it if we don't get that continuation, but that's what Raonic is considering. If after we're just going to see it, so don't even need to explain. To be honest, I would think Black is a tiny bit better there in the variant because the pawn on e5 is a little bit of a weakness. So we see all of that on the board. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you take on b6, there's rook d1 or rook d2. You don't really want to give up the f pawn because then e5 is weak. But I guess you just go f4 and king g3, and it should be a draw. Yeah. But throwing in that check was very important because remember, the king was on g1 before. So you played rook d2 too early, then White could just push. But now you take on a2. And yeah, this is going to be a pretty simple draw for a player of Grishuk's caliber, I feel like. Although, I mean... Right, but Black is a little bit better because once again, the pawn on e5 is kind of isolated. You kind of go king g4 because then you hang the pawn on f2. So now king g7, the king is coming to g6. g4 played, but it's slightly uncomfortable here. I mean, yeah, rook b5 is a good move though, because rook a5 was a threat. There's no way to attack anything. g4 keeps the king out. Your rook can think about coming to d5 at some point, but now if you trade the king for White is very close. Right, so I guess this is just headed for a draw. White is just going to sit in rook a5, rook b5, and I don't think there's anything Raonic can do. Yeah, check. You have to go back.
Just go right back yourself. You do not want to allow rook d5 now. I guess he has rook e3.
Rook e3, interesting.
Yeah,
Wait, but rook e4? No, rook e4 just rook
e5, yeah.
e3.
So
But now the rook is forced to go to e3, but you could try to bring the king around, but I don't know.
you don't really want to play f4, especially when the king was getting to g6, because then black was going to gain ground. Rook d5 now.
Check. You kind of go to d5. Could rook c5 though, yeah.
And rook e2. And the thing is, even if you get king here,
I mean, you are. Oh, right, yeah. So I guess there's no way for black to make progress then. You just sit rook e1, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is
should be headed for a draw.
Like, you know, you're going to continue to try and get after this pawn, but king d4, there's this check. If you go here first, the rook will just go back and forth, and you're not getting to this pawn with your second piece.
Right, but look at the time. Grishuk only has 12 seconds. He's just going to sit here, but if Raonic managed to pose some sort of problems, it could be uncomfortable, but the game ends in a draw.
Bullet chess for the masses. To decide this week's action, Raunic's the one with white. Look at his rank, 29.99, but Grishuk at 30.14 in bullet.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know who the favorite is in this one. I would say Grishuk goes for this line, but this one is very tricky. I guess he's going to go for this line with g6, which is what he played against Hikaru a couple weeks ago.
Right. And that was a very interesting game. And here he plays a6, and it seems like Grishuk's the better prepared player. Raonic, he's slowing down. He's trying to figure this out, which means that I think Grishuk wins the opening battle.
Yeah, this one is super sharp. Bishop e5 here by Raonic. Queen takes c5 is, I think, the move. And I forgot how the line goes, but there are some weird lines. Although queen c5, maybe bishop d4. Because then, queen a3.
But if bishop b2, there's queen a5 maybe.
Right, yeah. There are some weird lines here. Bishop c6 pawn takes, but why needs to know what he's doing? Otherwise, you can easily end up just down a pawn.
Right. And now if you take on d5, you can just take back. If you have e5, this knight is free to move. Black is one move away from castling. So it takes on d5.
Right, so it takes on d5, but pawn takes, I don't really see it. What does he want to do there? Rook b3, queen a or queen d6. Yeah, solid move.
Black's up a pawn.
Yeah, true. But it's not that easy to move. But rook e8 just defending the pawn on e7. I guess he wants to go bishop f5 on the next move. Maybe Raonic needs to go c4 or something like that to activate his pieces.
Is there no knight g4? You're gonna win this down here.
Bishop e6.
That move's such a difficult one to play. Dubov did that earlier against Le Quang Liam, and he was able to win, but it's such a weird spot for it.
Right, but he's stopping the move c4, so I kind of like it. So queen b2 by Raonic, but he's just down a pawn here, and he doesn't quite have the compensation, I don't think. But it's not that easy to make. Okay, bishop g4, nice move. Bishop f5, I guess. Knight
g4.
Wait, knight g4. Wait, knight g4. Isn't that? It takes knight g4. But can you take on g7? I mean, how does that go? Take king of 1. I mean, I guess you check and take on g2.
Yeah, it looks like a mating attack. I don't believe in it.
But you
H2.
Take queen h. But there's rook f3. But e5 maybe just e5 at the end.
What's
you
the
attack the bishop. You threaten e4. Rook f3,
goodness.
e5. That looks very, very strong.
Yeah. Oh, that looks really, really nasty. Bishop's trapped.
Bishop is just trapped, and e4 is also huge. E5. Looks crushing to me.
Yeah. Done. -8 for Grishuk, and here comes the attack.
Amazing piece sacrifice by Grishuk. Okay, just e4, you're just crashing through in the center, and
take with the rook pre-move.
Looks over.
Oh my goodness!
Take or e3. Anything should be winning here. E3, I think.
Even king takes g7. You know, just this piece is hanging. But either is.
I mean, what do you do against pawn and Grishuk? What an amazing win to clinch week 16 of the Rapid Chess Championship.
And look at that response by Grishuk. I think he was stressed out, but he's the one 15 seconds ahead. He doesn't just win on the clock. He wins over the board. This is a vicious attack, opening up all lines against Raunic's king. Alexander Grishuk, he wins week 16's Rapid Chess Championship KO. He had to beat Hikaru Nakamura in the black pieces, starting in the Rapid in game 1. Then he had to face off against Vladimir Fedoseev, who took down Fabiano Caruana. And last but certainly not least, he beats the youngster Raonic Sidhwani in bullet chess.
Yeah, amazing play by Grishuk, throughout. Yeah, I really like that last game where he just blasted through with his attack. I mean, E5, E4. And yeah, amazing play by him today.
Well, he gets to breathe maybe for the first time in a few hours after that stressful chess, but we will get to hear his thoughts right after this short break. We'll bring on Alexander Grishuk for a post-victory interview. Stay tuned, everybody. And we are joined by the winner of the Week 16 KO, Alexander Grishuk. And Alexander, what a day you had. How do you feel after that bullet victory? You seemed like you were stressed, and then you could finally breathe for the first time in a few hours.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy, especially, since pandemic started, I was struggling greatly in chess. Okay, I also had a very bad mood for 2 years because of this, everything connected with pandemic, with the masks and everything, and lockdowns. And yeah, and I was playing extremely bad for 2 years. I was suspecting that it's just me getting old already, and it's basically the end of me playing chess at competitive level. But now suddenly I won Title Tuesday for the first time in 2 years. Now I won this one. Yeah, I'm extremely happy, actually, just extremely. And you know what? That like around 1 month ago, I said to my wife that basically I have 2 ambitions left in chess: is to win Title Tuesday and this weekend Rapid. And basically, if I win it, I can retire with a clear conscience. But you know what? I won, and now I don't want to retire.
Yeah, we certainly don't want you to retire. Just yeah, not anytime soon. Yeah, great play by you today. I was wondering, were there any scary moments today?
It was a lot of them. It was first rapid against Nakamura when in completely equal endgame I managed to get on the verge of defeat with this stupid knight on b4, completely locked. Actually, I saw how he could win. I mean, I looked afterwards. Computer gives just very nice line when he has knight on g3 and I have king on e6. So knight f5, e4 is apparently a draw, but he can win a tempo by king c3, knight a2 check, king c2, knight b4 check, king d2, and I'm in a Zugzwang. Because I was trying to avoid this Zugzwang actually with king d7, knight g3, king e6. I think it's quite beautiful win for him. And then, yeah, in the second game, I lost the thread. He had no problems. I was much lower on time. Okay, you cannot call it really scary, but I didn't have high expectations, of course. Then in the second round against Fedoseev, I was much, much worse after the opening in the rapid game. I managed to survive somehow. And then second was a mess. I was much better at the beginning. Then it was complete mess. He was probably clearly better at some point already, but then my d-pawn ran. And now, yeah, I mean, blitz game against Raunak was very unpleasant. I was again lower on time, no play. I was very happy with the draw. And then the last game, yeah, I mean, it's a line, it's like roulette line. It's like you forget one move, you lose. With black, you just lose immediately, and with white, okay, you just pawn down and lost position. Okay, you don't resign immediately, but it just lost. And then I was lucky to find this knight g4, and after that, it's just a massacre, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, you call it the roulette line, but throughout this whole day, you had the black pieces in every rapid game, and yet you came out on top. So, of course, in chess, having the first move advantage is a real thing. But what were you able to do today that allowed you to stabilize with all the rapid games with black, and then when you had your chances with the white pieces, maximize them?
Not just to defend. I mean, what can I do? I mean, against Fedoseev, when I have such position after the opening, what can I do? You can only defend and pray. Two things basically.
Right, and I just wanted to ask you: do you do any special preparation, for Saturday or Sunday?
I solve some tactics. Yeah, I try to do it every day because it's clear. Me in particular, or like Russians in general, will not have too many real big tournaments, for the distant future. So, it's kind of tough to, to make a very hard and serious preparation just for Tuesdays and these Saturdays. It's, it's hard to motivate. But yeah, I also looking some openings, but of course not as serious as I used to like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we look forward to your renewed motivation. We're very happy to see you winning these events. And Sasha, please don't retire. We love following your chess. So come back for more.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah. Bye, Benjamin.
Of course. Well,
thanks, Grishuk.
This was our winner for this week, Grandmaster Alexander Grishuk. You heard his thoughts, how the last couple of years have been a struggle, and finally he's been breaking through in the last couple months, winning a title Tuesday, winning this knockout, and hopefully that means we see much more from him because he is a beloved figure in the chess world, a top-level player for many, many years, and also a fantastic commentator who, when he is not playing himself, he is talking about all the top-level events, and we love to hear that from him. So as you see in the bracket, he was the 7th seed, but when all is said and done, he is number 1.
Yeah, they showed amazing play, as we see here. He won that final against Ronak Sodwani, but his path was not easy at all. He beat Hikaru Nakamura first in the quarterfinals. As he said, maybe Hikaru missed a win there in the night endgame, but it was not easy to figure out with only like 10 seconds on the clock. Then he beat Fedoseev. Really, a match of which came down to, the nerves at the very end. So yeah, I think he's a deserved winner of the day. He just played amazing chess throughout.
He did indeed. And, while we praise his victories, we have to show one of them because he had some great games of chess today, and it's the Rapid Chess Championship. But today's Coinbase Rapid Recap is actually from a bullet game because this last game, he said he was playing roulette. One single mistake could cost him, but Grishuk had to be perfect, and he more or less was.
Yeah, no, it was a very sharp line against Raonic, which started off as a London. People say like, hey, the London is boring, but here we see that it's not boring at all. Grishuk went for the most principled line with c5, followed by a quick queen of b6, and then Raonic just sacrificed that pawn on b2.
Yeah, this is a big decision. Most people would play like rook to b1, maybe even push that pawn, but no, d takes c5 is the variation. It's all the rage these days. And Benjamin, after queen takes b2, rook b1, queen c3, bishop b5, this is already starting to look like a position that black will regain this pawn on c5, but white has such a big lead in development.
Indeed, and yeah, traditionally here the main move has always been e7, e6, but here Grishuk played a new line with g6. And yeah, this gets extremely sharp. White plays e4. Grishuk played a6. It's all very, very theoretical. And as Grishuk explained in the post-match interview, if one of the players forgets anything here, you can just lose the game out of the opening.
That's right. Even this move e4, like it looks like a strange move. Your knight is pinned. It's giving away this pawn in several different ways. But because of this idea of bishop to e5, that's what's keeping the attack going. So Grishuk takes, the bishop dropped back to d4. And now when the queen went to a3, we see the eval bar, it's at approximately zeros, Benjamin. But after the next couple moves, bishop take on c6, b takes e6, and white castles, then we started to see black was gaining the edge.
Yeah, the onus is really on white because black's moves are pretty easy. He just wants to go bishop g7 and castles, and then he's up a pawn and has the bishop pair. I feel like here, especially Raonic's move, pawn takes d5, was a big mistake. Maybe you should have gone rook b3 first because you cannot go queen d6 because then there's e5. But after pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, rook b3, queen d6, it felt like Grishuk had a nice edge.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So I'm going to show that once again, that the queen can safely go to d6, whereas had Raonic started with rook to b3 and not released the tension, as Benjamin just said, queen d6, e5 wins white a piece and thus the game. So these little decisions, switching up your move orders, have huge consequences. So we didn't see that. We saw the capture. We saw the queen go back to d6. And Benjamin here, it still is some pressure here for white in the position, and yet the eval bar says black is better, and Grishuk was proving that.
So rook e8 by Grishuk, just defending the pawn on e7. I guess here Raonic maybe should have played the move c4 to try to activate his pieces, but after his next move, Grishuk was able to go bishop to e6, stopping c4 forever. He's ready to go rook to c8, and now he's just up a healthy extra pawn and has the bishop pair.
Right, and now also has things that he is targeting, stopping c4, stopping a piece from c5. And after queen b2, bishop g4, the knight went to e5. And after the bishop went to f5, there's pressure on c2. So this little dance with the bishop from e6 to g4 back to f5, it creates a threat. And Raonic dealt with one threat, but he exposed himself to another with knight to d3.
Indeed, and after knight d3, Grishuk first traded his bishop for the knight on d3, and after pawn takes d3, he unleashed the amazing knight at g4. He's sacrificing his bishop on g7, but he's going for a checkmating attack.
And it was a very swift attack because Raonic, he picks up the bishop, he drops one pawn, he drops a second pawn, and I loved that Grishuk said, I can try to win this bishop back, maybe some kind of f6 move. It looks all good. But he just said, I'm going to storm through in the center.
Indeed, he played the amazing move e5, which not only traps the bishop on g7, but he's ready to go e4, blast open the center. I mean, it hits the rook, it opens up the rook on e8, and the white king on e2 just has nowhere to go to.
That's right. Take on e4, the rook can just capture back. You're going to lose your rook on f3, so rook f4, and then e3. And Grishuk wins on time, but he also wins on the board. This king is wide open. The bishop remains hanging. E takes f2 is another opportunity for black to get more pieces in the game. So Grishuk wins on time. He wins the Rapid Chess Championship Week 16 KO. And this was your Coinbase Rapid Recap. And as we look now at the standings, Benjamin, Hikaru Nakamura, he remains at the top. He had a tough day at the office. He lost his matchup in the quarterfinals to Grishuk. And some of the standing changes include Grishuk moving up 8 spots, now at number 9.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely close as to who makes it into the top 12, qualified to the finals at the end of the season. I mean, Hikaru, we know he's safe. Probably Fabiano as well, and Dmitry Andreikin. But yeah, Grishuk gets into the bubble, so to speak, as well as Vladimir Fedoseev, moves up to 32 points. And yeah, I mean, with so many weeks still to go, it's going to be extremely close who's going to qualify.
And I'm looking all the way down to number 19 because Ranak Sedwani was not on this page before today's results. He made it all the way to the final. He gained $3,500. He gained important Grand Prix points, and he's participating in many of these events. So if he can continue making it to the knockout, he may be able to take over the places of people in front of him, even such strong players like Wesley So, if Wesley isn't able to compete in more events.
Yeah, Wesley, he's only played 8, so he still has the opportunity to stack on many points. Also, someone like Jan Nepomniachtchi has only played 7. But yeah, I mean, also like someone like Noderberg, the World Rapid Champion, can still easily make it in. So I think it's just going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to the next couple of weekends.
Yeah, every single week is a great time. All of these top players give us a show. This week, though, it was Alexander Grishuk's storyline. I mean, you could just sense, he told us how much it meant to him. I mean, as soon as he won that final game, he just lifted his arms in the air. He seemed like the happiest man on the planet. And as we heard from him, the man himself, he said, my play has been bad the last couple of years. I've lost rating points, not many tournaments. The pandemic's been stressful. My chest has been suffering. And, he's getting to an age where someone like Vladimir Krumnik retired near that age. So I think we're happy for Alexander Grishuk, and I don't think anybody in the chess world, except for people that he beats, want him to retire.
Yeah, no, we definitely don't want him to retire. Yeah, he's, of course, had quite some difficult circumstances to deal with. So it's great to see him winning the Rapid Chess Championship. And yeah, I could not think of a more deserving winner today.
Yeah, and he won a title Tuesday recently, so he's having some good form. He was definitely deserving, and he actually pointed out a cool sequence. So I know we're about to end the show. I'm going to ask for a board because I actually want to pull up that game against Hikaru that he drew, where he was telling us about some nice Zugzwang essentially in this end game, and he felt he was fortunate. He felt so fortunate that because he had his bad night on before that he told us about this position. So right around here, he was talking about this position where this knight is trapped, and there was some kind of king c3, king c2, king to d2 that would have been a problem for him.
Indeed, yeah. So he had just gone king d7 and then king to e6. But yeah, white could have gone king to c3 here. Black's only move to not worsen his position is knight a2 check, but then white goes king c2 back, and after knight b4, you go king d2. And what move is black going to play here? You cannot go e4 because the knight is still in g3. And if your king moves, then you allow knight at f5. And if you go with your king over to the king side, then white knight can go after the pawn on b6.
That's right, because this knight is trapped. It's a bad piece. You can just deliver this check, go on over to c8, win this b6 pawn. So Alexander, he spoke to us about that. He was just so, and that's the sign of such a great player with such a passion for the game. Even though they just won, they're like, ooh, I didn't play so well in that game because it should have been an easy draw and I made the mistake. So just to show that one more time, that in the game, how could you blame Hikaru for bringing his knight to f5, but then Alexander was able to play e4, so Sasha was able to strike. And the point is that even though h6 will fall, once black plays knight d5, here comes knight c7, the knight is back in the game, and your extra pawn, hey, that's not moving. There's a g pawn covering its tracks. Their pawn in the center, not moving, both pieces cover. So a really nice understanding, and well, I guess he did look at it with the engine, but just to show you that again, this king goes to c3 and black needs to make a concession. Either the king goes back and then the knight comes to f5, so e4 won't work because if the king is not close to this pawn, then after it takes, there's knight g3 back and you lose your central pawn, which is very important. So that was cool. I'm glad that Sasha pointed it out for us.
Yeah, that was a really instructive moment because we were watching the game and we wondered like, okay, there should be a win here for white, but we weren't quite able to figure it out. But yeah, Grishuk sensed that there had to be something in the position.
But luck maybe was on his side today. He was able to hold this nonetheless. He drew game 1, he won game 2, and then it was all Grishuk from there. He beats Vladimir Fedoseev, who beat Fabiano Caruana. He then beat Ranak Sedwani, who went through the gauntlet of Christopher Yu and Daniil Dubov. So just wanted to make sure that everybody could see what Grishuk was referring to, and he was able to hold game 1, move on, continue winning, and he is the champion of this week's action.
The amazing play by him throughout. And yeah, I guess that pretty much wraps up the day for us, Robert.
It does. I'm kind of sad to have it end, but I'm happy that we went through it because I had a great time commentating alongside you, and we just were spoiled with all that great chess from these great players.
Yeah, lots of exciting matchups today. I also want to thank you, Robert, for being such a good co-host, and of course our producer Matt behind the scenes, who's making sure everything runs very, very smoothly. Also, how he made sure to edit in the interviews. I think made it very fun for everyone to watch.
For sure. So thank you to everybody who's tuning in day after day, week after week. We really appreciate your support. I hope you're able to take away some nuggets of knowledge and enjoy the remains of your weekend. And we'll see you next time. There's much more chess to be played this week. I think you have the call for Norway chess tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yep. So make sure to tune in for that.
Yeah, you do not want to miss Benjamin commentating some more, and there's just much more chess. So please keep tuning in, keep having fun. Happy chessing. We will see you soon.